So hopefully this will be a pretty quick. I want to do just a little introduction into the session that we're gonna do. What I'm thinking on a broad term. You guys don't need to necessarily know this, but the reason why I've been wanting to do like a dungeon thing is I feel like the player-driven campaign is West Marches. So if you guys ever want to play West Marches, it'll just be up to players to decide to do it, and because that's how it was meant to be originally. And so we can keep doing that, but it'll just be, if you guys want to play, you'll just have to organize the game essentially. But for this dungeon crawl, I think it can be very similar in that there's no need for continuity. Each session is pretty self-contained. Some of the sessions you'll be going to the level, you won't be able to finish one level in one session most likely because they're pretty big. But this I'll organize the games for these ones. So I'll post and be like, hey, I want to run a game on this day, or like on one of these days. Who can come? It'll be the dungeon crawl. So, and it's easy as players because you don't have to decide what to do. It's just like, let's just go down, you know? So that's what I'm wanting to accomplish with doing this dungeon crawl. So let's talk about game / not really campaign rules, but kind of campaign rules. So the first thing out, now that you've all made your characters, I realize I should have said this earlier. We're not doing milestone leveling up. We're doing XP leveling up. So change your character to be XP, not milestone. This is something I want to try, and it's gonna be really hard for me to remember. So anytime a fight happens or something, remind me to give you guys XP, okay? So that's step one. It'll be XP tracking. If anybody has any questions.
I think we'll have to set our XP at whatever the level is.
Yeah, on D&D Beyond, you can set it to level 4, I think.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. I was messing around with that, and I saw you could do that.
Nice.
Okay, Brandon had already brought up something like this, so I want to talk about it now. Just like in... There's some weird spell interactions in the dungeon. And you don't necessarily know what those are yet. So if at any point in time if you have an idea for basically a spell you're really excited about, and mainly it's a lot of like transportation stuff. So if there's like teleportation stuff or multi-dimensional spells, just ask me about those before you take them, because I don't want you to like build your whole character around this spell and then it doesn't work in the dungeon. Or we'll just make the spell work a different way. So that's just be mindful of that. Another thing is dark vision is going to be very important. You're going into a dungeon, so be thinking what source of light, if you don't have dark vision, your character has, whether it be torches or what have you. Okay, now for some questions as far as the game rules go. For the map in the dungeon, would you prefer to see the map that I'm using, or do you want to create your own map and draw it out? What would you all prefer? Or something else?
I'd say probably the existing one.
Okay.
I'd say the existing one because we're too likely to all end up with discrepancies between our maps.
Yeah.
Which is fine if we get separated, but if we're all together, then it doesn't make any sense.
True, and you could also just have one person do the map. Like you could have a cartographer essentially, and they would draw what they think the map looks like. And the reason I ask is because that's kind of old school D&D where you didn't have a map. You would have to draw your maps. You know, the DM would have the map, but the players wouldn't. So if you wanted to try that, we could do it. But I personally don't care. I don't have a strong preference either way.
I think it gets a little tricky online is my concern.
That's
Because
fair.
who's ever drawing a map either needs to use an online tool or needs to show it to people so that everybody can agree as to what the map looks like.
Yeah, and you can use Roll20 for that. Like we can make a page that will be a map page that you guys can track that on. But yeah, there will definitely be discrepancies between like what I have and the map, but it's up to you guys what you think would be the most fun. So I'll plan on using the in-game map, unless at some point in time, if you want to change that, let me know and we'll change it. The next question is, we are going to be in a dungeon, so I know I've asked this in my previous campaigns. I just want to ask you guys as well. If there are like secret doors or traps or anything, would you prefer that I ask you for a roll for that, or do you want to have to ask for your character? It's like if you're walking down a hallway and there's like some secret door somewhere, do you want me to ask for a perception check, or do you want to just explore it with your character?
My personal preference is if you feel like there's something that we should perceive, I would rather than you even ask, but I don't know if that makes it a hassle for you. But you just roll perceptions and see who gets it, or if anybody gets it.
The tricky part to me seems like it depends on the door. Like some doors, there's an indication that there's a door there, like a hint.
Mm-hmm.
And other door, like if it's just like a plain stone wall, you know, we're not gonna spontaneously imagine that there might be a, you know.
Sure.
But
Right.
if you as a DM say like, oh, and there is a strange novelty thing on the side of it, or there's a torch that's slightly askew, but that would probably just give it away. So I don't really know.
It's like active versus passive. Active, I would want to roll my own.
Yeah.
But if you think there's something that's passive, I would say just pick one of our characters, you know, whoever's got the highest or whatever, and use that for the whole game. And say, I'm going to roll this for them, and if they make this passive check, then we'll call it good.
Perfect. That's a good idea. Cool. I'll do that. I'll base it off of passive. Unless you guys ask any specific question about something, then I'll ask.
Right, and it would be like, oh, you guys, because we made the passive check, you would then say, oh, you feel a breeze blowing by you as you walk past this wall, or, you know, you feel that the ground shifts slightly, and then we go into active mode.
Yeah, perfect.
And we have to roll our active checks at that point.
Cool. Yeah, I love that. That sounds wonderful. Let's do that.
Or there's now an arrow sticking out of so and so.
You passively perceive that you've been shot in the stomach.
Exactly.
Okay, I think I have everybody's player characters. Or, oh, no, I need Evan. I just need Evans in D&D Beyond. But, cool. I think that's it as far as logistics go. Any logistical questions or anything?
How do I add my character? Because I thought I'll get it. I'll figure it out.
You just go to the D&D Beyond link I sent, and you should be able to add your character there.
Yeah. Okay. I'll look it up.
Cool.
And Evan, you are super faint.
Yeah.
I'm hearing you.
Very quiet. I think he's gonna go to the headset soon. So.
Okay.
Okay. Any other administrative or logistical questions about this? Okay, cool. All right, let's jump into characters. Sorry, what was that?
That was me eating dinner.
Oh. All right. So jumping into character stuff, this is gonna be a little bit of twofold. We're gonna go around and introduce our characters, but here's what I want us to do once we're all done. You can introduce your character however you want, appearance obviously, and anything else is fine. What we're going to say though is that all of you are already a party. I mean, you're level 4 at this point in time. You've been around for a while. We're gonna say that all of you have met up before this. So this isn't your first time being with each other in this, this dungeon will not be your first time meeting each other. You've all met, you've all been introduced, you've all developed some bond. So
basically, we would say the traits about ourselves that somebody would already know, having been associated with us.
Exactly, and however long you've known each other, that's up to all of you guys. You can figure it out. So a couple of questions I want you to think about while the characters are being introduced is, number one, why would your character want to come to Undermountain and not go someplace else? Like, why would your character want to go to this big, supposedly massive dungeon, that's located in the city of Waterdeep? So to give you a little background, this is set in the Forgotten Realms, so high fantasy setting. The dungeon is called, it's located in a tavern called the Yawning Portal, which is located in a city called Waterdeep, which is one of the biggest cities in Faerun. So it's a very large city, and within this city there is a tavern that contains this supposedly giant, massive dungeon. The dungeon itself is reportedly there was a wizard named Hallister, and he built a wizard tower in Waterdeep, but he eventually was overthrown or died or something like that. And he disappeared, and his wizard tower crumbled with time, but the base of it, the foundation, remained. Rumor has it, some people believe Hallister died when that happened, but other people believe that Hallister then created the Undermountain, which is underneath where his wizard tower used to be. He went underground and built a massive, giant dungeon underneath the city, and nobody really knows why he did that. So, thinking for your character specifically, why would your character want to come to this place and not go somewhere else? And then something that I want you to think about as a group is what have you guys accomplished together that has brought you some sort of fame or renown? So, did you guys slay some monster? Did you steal something? Did you save some people? Whatever you want. But something that people don't, you're not like world famous, but you're pretty locally famous, essentially. So what did you guys do that made you, as a group, that made you famous? So, without further ado, thinking of that, let's jump into characters. Let's have everybody roll a d20. Highest roll gets to choose if they want to go first or last. Jameson, you Crom?
Crom.
All right. Do you want to go first or last?
I'll go first real quick. I don't have a lot to say.
Okay, go ahead and tell us about your character, and tell us, go ahead and describe him.
Crom is a very, very large red dragonborn. He's a barbarian. Doesn't wear a whole lot of clothes. Mostly like a loincloth. He's got a big old sword. You know that his whole family, his whole village is dead, because it's basically the only thing he ever talks about. It's like his introduction to people. Hi, I'm Crom. My whole village is dead. He left the village after it was destroyed, looking for vengeance, like a good barbarian would. And it might be a thing we could use where we got vengeance and killed whatever small-time warlord destroyed Crom's village, but that's
Nice.
just an option.
Perfect.
Uh,
That's wonderful.
and where's the description of my personality? Very strongest are meant to rule. He thinks that strong people should be in charge. Big believer in clans and families and tribes and all that. That doubles down with Dragonborn 2 and mine are all dead, so a little bit lost.
Yeah.
He tends to hold grudges and not very smart. You know, barbarian.
Classic barbarian. Okay, very cool. And do you have your magic items? Did you choose any?
I didn't know we were supposed to choose magic items.
Cool. I will generate some for you randomly then. Okay, let's have 13 go next. So, Dad, do you want to describe Meinhard?
It's Meinhard.
Meinhard.
Meinhard. And Meinhard, he came from a real humble existence to start with. And he believes that, you know, you do your part, I'll do my part. And as long as nobody does anything stupid, we're all better off for it. Now, if you do something stupid to yourself, then you get what you deserve. You do something stupid to me, and I'll make you smell like a 5-day dead cat being cooked over a fire for the rest of your life.
Do you have like a scent pouch or something you spray us with?
I smell something on the fire already going on here. Well, I believe I am better off if you're alive on this, because that helps keep me alive, and the same the other way around. So we'll just all keep each other alive as we go through this, and we'll all be better off for it and come out on the other side. Meinhard was taught his craft by a lovely little gnome who ended up getting killed by the villagers who thought he was practicing some kind of witchcraft. But Meinhard has decided that he is going to develop his skills so that he can become a very powerful man and not suffer that kind of persecution. Now, I think we reached this stage just like Crom was saying. My thoughts were we had driven off a brigand of some kind of awful creature, and that would fit right in line with what he was saying about his village.
Okay, very cool. All right, I'm gonna have to ask what Meinhard is saying about 15 times a game, by the way. I think I understood 80% of it though, so.
Don't ask too frequently or you might get in trouble with him.
Yeah, exactly. What happens if the DM gets on Meinhard's nerves?
You don't want to be pushing me too much here, because I can just make up any type of magic item I want.
Very cool. Oh, whoops, I'm adding this to... So say his name one more time so I don't butcher it.
Meinhard. It's not that difficult.
Well, it has the word hard in it, so...
The thing that gets me is it has the same icon as the priest from Wallachia or something like that.
Yeah,
Barovia.
that's true.
I may have been warned that was coming.
I said, I looked, when I saw that, I was like, oh no.
Meinhard is not a likable character. You're not going to like him. He's very sarcastic. He's very direct. And I did not want to choose an Handsom icon for him.
Okay.
And I was out of pictures of Jameson not.
I feel like you're gonna get attacked a lot, Jameson. Okay, Jameson, what weapon does Crom use, by the way? You said a sword?
Great sword.
Great sword, okay.
If any of that sounded familiar, it is basically just the plot of Conan the Barbarian.
Perfect. Okay, next up we have Kaya, not Kaya, with an 11. So Bryan, you want to describe your character? I can't hear you if you're talking, by the way. Can anyone else hear Bryan?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
You might be in the same boat I am, having to choose the devices.
Maybe.
We heard him for a minute
Yeah.
when we were getting started.
Well, that gives me time to roll Jameson's items. All right.
Anyway, we switched to Discord because there's no problems. We never drop people.
Once everybody's here, there's no problem.
Well, he was here. Well, let's have Brandon, you describe Handsome Dave for us real quick, then we'll get back to him.
yeah, sounds good. So, Handsome Dave is a goblin, really short, like 3.5 feet tall, if that. His tippy toes. He was born as Dave in a dark cave beneath the surface of a mountain far away. He lived and fought and ate as goblins do in the Underdeep, stabbing anything that moved and hoping it was edible. 25 long years before he finally saw the light of day and found the love of his life, the sea. His curiosity led him to stow away on a vessel, the Devil's Jewel. It was found in a matter of hours and his life was threatened. After all, they already had one Dave on board and couldn't have a second one. His life was spared if he would do the worst of the jobs on the ship. He was given the nickname Handsome Dave to avoid confusion. One that he believes is true, but he's anything but handsome. He kept his head down and worked hard, loving the freedom of sailing and plundering for gain instead of survival. In his travels, he picked up a set of tattooist supplies and experimented on many of the corpses that he created, honing his trade. He also learned the ways of magical tattooing and bears 3 of those tattoos on himself. Over the next decade, he worked his way up in the ranks, proving himself in battle and sailing prowess. He was ship's mate and so close to his goal of captaining his own ship. One fateful day, the ship was attacked by some large tentacled sea creature. The ship was destroyed and Dave washed up to shore, possibly the only survivor of the tragedy. He spent the last few years or months with this group, or before this group, and then with this group, trying to find jobs that pay enough so that he can save enough to again be on the ocean as he would like to do. If the pay is good enough, Handsome Dave will take the job to get closer to his goal. He wears leather armor. He carries 2 rapiers, and his leather armor is adorned with beads, gold, like ringlets here or there, plenty of skin showing underneath, sharp, nasty-looking teeth, and feathers, and he's eager to continue honing his trade and asks many people if they would like a tattoo so he could practice on them.
So how do you think that anything Handsome Dave fell in with the party he's currently with?
I say with any job that we've gone on, like if we were to get vengeance on the Warlord, he didn't care about vengeance, but thought Warlord might have a lot of gold that we could plunder. And I'm fine with if he was wrong in all of those, then, but that's been his goal, is plundering so that he can buy and captain his own ship.
Very nice. There's a lot of gold in the Undermountain. There's a lot of gold and fancy things.
He's eager to get just enough so that he can get a ship and sail again.
Well, if rumors hold true, there's more gold down there than than for a whole fleet of ships, you know. So
Yeah, definitely non-judgmental. Definitely not trying to get on Meinhard's bad side, and also not very smart, just like anybody else that we've talked to. We're
This
not
is
an
so far
incredibly
gonna be the
intelligent
funnest group.
I
Nope.
think no, Meinhard's pretty smart actually. I think
Okay,
just doesn't sound like it.
Okay.
this is perfect then.
All right, Bryan, are you back? Oh, I see Bryan typing. Okay. Evan, are you here?
I'm here. Sorry. I got Ryan here too. With
Hi,
me.
Ryan.
But I don't have nearly as much backstory as Brandon. I'm feeling unprepared.
It's
after
okay.
That.
It's not a competition.
Oh, you just can tell how excited I was, and
That also just means that you're less of a D&D nerd than me and Brandon, which honestly is probably a healthy thing. And my
yeah,
dad.
it's good to have other hobbies. Yeah.
I am Beigolor, the High Elf Ranger, and I am completely indecisive. I will have to make a decision before we actually hop into character, but I cannot decide if I am a gloom stalking, skulking in the shadows guy, or if I am a walking enchanted ranger. But I'll make up my mind soon. And
Well, also as on a note, you'll be able to change that. So just you can choose one and change it later. So don't feel stuck.
but you have to buy them both, so that's
Oh,
no fun.
no, I have content sharing. Are they not available?
Oh wait, okay. Or maybe it's just because I didn't share my character.
Oh, that's probably it. Yeah.
I thought maybe you were saying your character is indecisive.
Yeah.
Like I was
Well,
enchanted
maybe.
that way last time I played. It was
At
horrible.
some point in, a level ago, I was supposed to decide, but maybe I'm still making up my mind as a character too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that works perfectly.
That's great.
I'll be part of. Yeah, I'm just indecisive.
Your father was a gloom stalker. Your mother was a daywalker.
Yeah, unlikely lovers,
Yeah.
and so yeah,
But they're
that'll
both
be really
dead
good
now.
for the party dynamic. I will never help make decisions.
And your sister was an elderberry.
Well, she smelled of elderberry.
No, elderberry.
No, she was an elderberry.
Yeah, but
Cool.
that's about
any-
what I know right now, and I will.
Any quirk or not quirk, but physical trait that might stand out when you see Beigolor?
Oh gosh. Well, I'm thinking I'm quite a young elf. Maybe, and might underestimate my eve because of that.
Okay.
So we'll say that.
So you're a very young elf, that's like a teenager human, or even lower.
Yes.
Cool. All right. And how do you think you met up with or got hooked in with everybody?
I was trying to link that to my ability set, but I haven't decided that yet.
You could have been if there's one person like Crom or Handsom Dave or Meinhard that you feel like you would know from the past, then you could have already been together and then just met up that way. You're kind of like a package deal. So like you're like the hunter, and maybe Crom is the bulk. You're the sneaky person. You're the one that stays far away, and Crom's the guy that gets up in people's faces. So you guys were already traveling together essentially.
F. Crom's okay with that.
Sure. You rescued me from the from the mill that I was being used as a beast of burden in.
Hey, sure. Let's do it.
You had to.
What? Meinhard joins the group. You were fighting the fight for Crom, and then suddenly Meinhard was just there fighting next to you. You had no idea where this guy came from. He just showed up and was like, "Let's do this."
You were part of the warlord's gang, and then when the fight kind of turned, you switched sides real quick. Hope nobody noticed.
That is actually perfect.
You're like a bad rash that you just can't get rid of.
I might have been in the employ of the warlord, and decided I had a better opportunity.
I like to think that you were like dressed up like in this warlord clan's garb, and then like when you see this going down, you're like hurrying and like changing, and then you just come back and start fighting.
Well, I do have special abilities which would allow me to change that without even changing my clothing.
Perfect. Yeah, that's great. I love that. All right, Bryan, are you back? Oh, and Beigolor, do you have magic items?
I also was not aware of that, so you can give me random ones.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Bryan, you here?
Yeah, I think so.
I hear you.
Like,
Hey!
like the second time I've ever used this mic, so.
Well, you sound really good. You sound perfect.
But we don't all have to repeat what we've said, right?
No, I could hear you that whole time. It wasn't detecting me. So. My character, his name is Ulzema. He's a dragonborn sorcerer. 6'4", almost 300 pounds. Pretty big guy. He also doesn't know who his parents are, but he doesn't believe that they're dead. He thinks that they're alive and that he was just taken by fate or destiny to live some grand adventure, when really he just kind of grew up in the slums of what's the place called? Waterdeep?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that's great.
What color?
So he grew up. He's blue.
Ooh.
Blue Dragonborn. So yeah, he grew up kind of in Waterdeep near this inn. He, grew up on tales of the yawning portal and the Hellstar Black Cloak, and he believes it's his destiny to go in there someday. He's fairly young for a Dragonborn. He's only like 17 years old.
Cool.
So,
and you're a sorcerer, you said?
Yeah.
And Meinhard is an artificer, right? Okay, sorry. Go on, Bryan.
I imagine that he I don't know, probably met up with the group either in town or like just outside of it. And he, for all of his talk of being destined for great adventure, he's never like really gone anywhere.
So, how would you say then that you developed your skills as a sorcerer, or like, how are you, I guess, a level 4 sorcerer rather than being a level 1 sorcerer?
Right. Not something I had thought about, so we'll just wing something.
Yeah.
We'll say that he showed early signs of being adept at magic when he kind of just saw some people doing cantrips and decided to try it and found out that he could do it. And so he was kind of brought up by some local sorcerers and kind of trained on the streets, and eventually joined the city guard and got some experience defending against raids and barbarians and tyrants and the like.
Nice. Yeah, so
I do feel a little bit slandered, but okay. Yeah, sure.
So cool. And also, I guess being like a dragonborn sorcerer, dragon lineage, that just progresses sort of naturally, right? Like that's it could just be in your blood. But I guess with being in the city guard, and you guys can you get your nay this, but you could have like at some point in time, like, so Jameson, you said Crom essentially was like just like a pack animal for like whoever was essentially enslaving him, right?
Yes. At some point, Arnold Schwarzenegger is enslaved and used as a pack animal to turn a mill around.
Cool.
Exactly.
So you might have at some point, once you saw like, since Hulzema was in the city guard, you could have seen like this other dragonborn off to go like, you know, fight and defeat this warlord, and you could have been like, hey, there's another dragonborn like me, because there's not very many dragonborn, and you could have then joined up then if you want.
Yeah, it actually raises a good question. Is there tension between the colors of Dragonborn? Do they like each other?
It's up to you guys.
I probably would have like tried to test him to see if he's worth his status as a Dragonborn.
What would the test have been?
Any ideas, Bryan?
I am not sure. I think I would have failed it because I'm pretty sure you're probably the first other Dragonborn I've ever seen.
Maybe you just did like magic, and Crom was like, "What was that?" Like,
Yeah, it would have been some kind of test that I would assume would inherently be physical, and you probably figured out a way via sorcery to accomplish it much easier. And magic probably blows my mind.
Yeah.
Like, I
You're
probably was one of those villagers who thought it was witchcraft and tried to kill Kenn's friend.
you're like when David Blaine goes on the streets. You're like the people that when he shows a trick to them, and they just sit there in like stupor for 10 minutes.
They did not try to kill my friend. They actually succeeded. And you do not want to be one of that party in my book.
So, since he was on the town's guard, is the town's guard interested in this quest as well, or is it just his own quest that he would like to do?
This is my own personal destiny.
Cool.
That's what I believe anyway.
And if we're being like, we could say you were a part of the town's guard, and then like you realized like very early on this was not like what you wanted to do. Like they essentially were just like, stand here, sit here, watch this, you know, like that's it, just make sure nothing happens. So then it like lost its glamour really quickly. So then when you had the chance to join this group, you did, and there you were able to really start like using your powers to their full abilities, and that's how you started getting better. Sorry, you don't have to do that. That was just what I came to my mind.
That works. I was thinking maybe like I got kicked out or like or something.
How do you think you got kicked out? I want to hear that.
I think like I was already like not in anyone's good books because I was just going on about my own destiny and my grand adventure that I was just someday going to be on, and I was going to be the greatest hero of all time, and just everybody probably just really hated me. and then I imagine that it all just built up to some really like mundane thing. I slept in late one day, and they were just like, "All right, that's it. Just get this guy out."
Perfect. That's great. So
I wonder if you could have fallen asleep on the job and Handsom Dave stole a gem that you were supposed to be guarding, and I've since misplaced it and don't remember where it went, but
I like that. Yeah, that's what happened.
So, cool. Yeah. Yeah, and then, so you get kicked out. So then, I guess I forgot, how did Handsom Dave fall in with the party? I forgot, sorry.
I'd say if if they were a part of any of the other previous things, getting vengeance on a warlord, he was thinking that warlord's going to have a bounty of gold that I'm going to split, with the party, but pocket as much of it as I can. And we were probably wrong. And he was not. So, like, his hero status with the rest of the group is, like, kind of unearned because he does not care.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. So, you don't have to answer this question out loud. Handsom Dave kind of already did, but be thinking, why would my character now want to come to Undermountain? I guess, what would you say, as the group, what would be one reason you would want to go to this giant dungeon? And it doesn't have to be the only reason, but just what would one reason be?
My personal reason is just to gain more experience so I can gain more power and create better things.
Perfect. So you got promises of gold and promises of power. Those are two pretty good reasons. Okay, cool. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going to jump into it a bit. How we're gonna start is all of you have been around Waterdeep for some amount of time in your lives, essentially, and as you've started getting ready and preparing to enter this dungeon, you've done a little bit of asking around and research on this and whatever you would do. So, if each of you would roll either an insight for asking people about the dungeon or an investigation check for finding things out through a different way, if you would like to learn a secret about the dungeon, you need to roll 20 or above insight or investigation. Oh, that's a good start. Is that a nat 20? You rolled a nat 20.
Yep, that was a natural 20.
Wow.
Basically needed that.
Yeah.
Roll me one more d20, Brandon. Okay, thank you.
Ooh, I don't even know how you guys are using right off character sheet or something. For your insight.
Oh yeah.
We've gotten better since you were away.
Yeah.
No.
So
I
it's an add-on.
Oh, got it.
Brandon taught us about it.
That's pretty cool.
And Evan, if you want to make one, you can. If not, don't worry.
I am getting there, but since my character didn't, I'm trying to share it and it keeps giving me an error message, but I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh shoot!
And
what does it say?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did get distracted. Am I doing insight? Did you say, or was that
insight or investigation? You choose.
I will just type it in and I'll get things sorted. But insight +2. Okay.
Brandon, well...
Woohoo! I did good.
Oh my gosh, another nat 20. Okay, roll me one more d20 just for fun.
Me. Okay.
Yeah. 13? Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Handsom Dave, do you want me to read this secret out loud, or do you want me to send it to you individually and you can choose whether you want to share it or not?
Definitely send it to me individually.
Excellent, we'll do. Okay, and Beigolor, do you want me to tell you this out loud, or do you want it sent individually?
You can send it, and also, am I assuming, do I know that Handsom Dave also knows?
These are not the same secrets.
Oh, okay, send me whatever you want.
Okay, cool. That'll happen at some point in time. Let me actually do it right now, because otherwise it's going to be very hard. While I'm doing this, actually, Beigolor and Bryan, do you have magic items?
I do not.
So cool.
Also
Zama.
didn't know about that. So
Actually, Jameson, while I'm doing this, will you just and Bryan, will you guys look up magic items, uncommon and common magic items, and just choose some random ones and post them, and then I'll add them to people's either uncommon or common, and I'll post them in people's character sheets, because I can't do it right now.
I did get it to add my character Parker, if that helps you with anything.
That's very good. Thank you.
Just like random ones.
Yep, just totally random. And we'll figure out the rest later, but right now, that's what we'll do.
That sounds interesting.
And anybody can help do that if they want. And Dad, you can too. I realize now that I don't know if you know how to do it. Oh, man.
And what are we doing with them?
Just post them in the chat.
What? I'm sorry. What? Say that again. What are we posting?
If you'd like to just help me out and search for some magic items.
Oh, you know all my magic items.
Yeah, but this is for other people. If you're bored, because I have to type a bunch right now, so.
No, that's fine.
I will say that with these secrets as well, I guess let's hear while you're doing, or while I'm typing it up. Was yours insight or investigation, Brandon?
It was insight. Investigation, I have a -1, so it was impossible for me to roll above a 20.
Oh, nice.
How many did you want? I just clicked on a bunch at random.
Do 6.
6?
Yeah.
Uh,
There's definitely an easier way to do this, and I don't know how. I can't copy and paste it, but whatever. Okay. Sent you secret, Brandon. I hope you can see it. I gotta send Evans.
How did you send it?
On Roll20, it should be in your journal or whatever that is.
Oh, okay. Oh, yep, I see it. Thanks. Perfect.
I think your name is Beigolor? There we go.
Yeah.
Okay,
Beigolor.
that's what I thought. It's
I
Beigolor.
read it as Beigolor.
Beige color.
So actually, let's hear from Handsom Dave. You did insight. How did you go about finding out this secret? Like, what? You don't have to say what the secret is, but how did you go about finding it out? in this giant city, or maybe outside. You used people as a resource though somehow.
Yeah. So is there a group of people that might have this knowledge or some knowledge? If they're like a school of wizardry or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. There's
I would have tried to get them drunk while gambling in like a tavern to see what they would tell me about the secrets of that.
Perfect. So you actually, I'm gonna say you find it, yeah, in the yawning portal itself. There are adventurers that go and meet there to try to go down, and people are pretty hush about giving out any information because they don't want to give other people any sort of advantage, right? Because they want what's down there. So you found somebody that you drunked up real nice, and they gave you that information. Beigolor, Beigolor, not Beigolor.
I can change it.
It's too late. It's too late. It exists forever now.
I'm not attached to the name yet.
Well, good. Then you don't mind if I call you Beigolor.
No.
He's a dragonkin of the beige flight.
Okay, I sent you your secret.
They're resistant to damage type depression.
They're also the most boring of the Dragonborns. Actually, he's a high elf, so.
I am a high elf. Where am I? I'm sorry. I'm like dropping the ball all over the place, and I have no idea where to look for this.
Should be in your journal. What did it look like, Brandon?
Yeah, if you just hit
there's the journal.
it'll see secret.
Where we look for pictures and stuff. Okay. I see.
Okay. So did you use insight or investigation?
I used insight.
Insight as well. Cool. So how would you say you found out this information?
Let me read it. Wait, should I be reading it first?
It's up to you.
Oh, okay. I'm going to read it, and then I'll make up a story about how I got this.
That sounds good.
And you don't have to tell us it
No.
if you don't want to, right? That's the idea?
Exactly.
Or I can save it for an opportune moment.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, thank you for rolling all those items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, perfect. I will add those to Beigolor and Kulzema. You guys chose the hardest names, and then I have Handsom, Dave, and Crom. Those are so thank you, Handsom, Dave, and Crom.
You're welcome. It was just gonna be Dave, but he thinks he's handsome now, so.
Okay. Well, any other questions before we jump really into the game? Okay. So, we find our adventurers in the city of Waterdeep.
Okay, Parker, I should have said something. If you can share this, how do I use it? Because right now I'm not able to select the subclass that I want, but I can just get it if that's easier. Probably like, what, $3 or something?
Oh, you can't choose it still?
I wasn't able to in my character sheet, but I don't want to hold
which class is it?
Fey Wanderer.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I would say just choose a different class right now then, and we'll figure it out later.
No, I'm getting it. All right.
Okay, never mind then.
I'll just get it. All right, cool. Just you can tell your story, and I will add that, and then I think I'm good to go.
Okay. Excellent. So all of you approach. You're in the city of Waterdeep. How long would you say you all have been in Waterdeep at this point? You've vanquished said warlord that had destroyed Crom's tribe. You've come to Waterdeep in the Yawning Portal in search of riches and power. How long would you say that you have kind of been in the city itself at this point?
Well, we've met up with Cool, right? He was in the city guard,
Yeah.
so probably for a bit.
Well, I would say we've been here probably at least a week.
Perfect. So you've been in the city a week. You've and this is how you've Cool meeting up with Cool. You've now heard about the yawning portal and the everything that it contains. So some of you may have never entered before. This may be your first time going, but you've decided to go to the yawning portal and go and see what the fuss is all about. Some of you know, Cool, you've probably been there for sure. Some of you may have as well, but essentially, you enter in, and the door, the building itself is actually a pretty boring looking building. It looks like your average tavern inn, except there's no door. So as you get closer, you don't see anything particular, but you're met with the sound of tavern music playing out into the streets. And as you approach and get closer, you hear people loudly talking, and it's very crowded. People are coming in and out. Some people kind of stumble out, and they're dressed in armor with swords. And, you see a half-orc exit with a halfling. He's carrying a halfling in his arms, and he just says, "Oh man, you're crazy, man. You're gonna do it. One of these days, I know you're gonna do it." And they kind of stumble out of the opening in the front. As you then see, you see out into the tavern itself. It's dimly lit on the inside, and the first thing you see is just people everywhere. And then in front of you, there is a 40-foot wide pit that looks like a well, but it's 40 feet wide, and it's in the center of this tavern. Behind it, you have where the barkeeper is, and there are tables situated all throughout it. There's people on the second level. As you look into and you see the pit, you see there's two young kids looking over it, and one of them does the fake push into this giant opening, and the kid freaks out and flinches and turns around, and the guy runs off and he chases after him. Let me see if I can show you a picture of what it looks like. Okay, oops. Okay, you should see a picture of what it kind of looks like. So, all of you walk in and are greeted by the sight. You notice that the bartender, sitting behind the bar, actually he's standing and he's moving around. You notice a couple things. One, he is a human man. He has a big full mustache, like a handlebar mustache that goes down his face, and it's just thick and full. You notice he's rushing around getting people drinks, and behind him on the wall there's a giant sword on the wall up above his head, and he's bustling around serving people left and right. So you walk in and see this. What would all of you like to do?
Is there an open table anywhere?
It's hard to find a truly open table, but you can find some benches where there's enough for all of you. All the tables are taken at this point.
Is there anyone sitting at a table that looks particularly scrawny?
Go ahead and make either an insight or investigation check.
Let's see.
9. You think you could probably beat up everybody in this tavern, so.
Just hold your horses. I walk up to a table that will fit a bunch of us, and after I walk past, a very loud screeching sound starts emitting from the center of that table. To the point that it drives off the people that are sitting at it.
They all just they like look and they look to see what's going on, and it gets so loud and obnoxious that they just figure it's not worth their time and wander away. And now there's an open table there.
And now we have an open table. See how this works.
Yes, but the table is screeching at you.
And when I sit down, the table stops screeching at us.
That was very lucky.
Yeah, very.
Is everybody joining at the table, or is anyone doing anything else?
Yeah, I'll join at the table.
Okay.
I'm gonna order a big old fat beer.
Nice. So as you approach the bartender to go order something, you see he turns to you and he goes, "Welcome, welcome to the awning portal. Can I get you something to drink, or are you going down?"
I would like a very big beer.
Okay. Give me the biggest I got. That'll be 1 silver.
I'd slam the silver on the table really
He
slammily.
he just leaves the coin there, but you see with kind of he pulls out this giant sort of mug stein, and with quick deftness sort of flips it around, catches it in his hand, and begins filling it up, slams it on the table and slides it to you, and it takes all of 5 seconds for him to do this.
Okay, I take my beer and I head back to the table.
Okay, cool.
I'll take a beer.
Wait, did he come to the table?
He did not. He's at the bar.
Okay. So Meinhard got a beer too.
Well, yeah, I'm still at the table with the rest of you, and what we need to find out is anybody witnessed somebody who's gone down that hole and has come back alive? Now, I'm not the type of person that works out well trying to communicate with others. Is there anybody here who thinks that they can talk to somebody here and find out a little bit about this?
I can probably talk to somebody.
Well, how are we going to find out who might have gone down that hole? Has anybody got a little extra coinage that they can pass to this barkeep and maybe get us pointed in the right direction? I'm assuming after our last adventure, we got a little bit of coinage in our pocket.
Yeah, so you should have your starting gold. You can probably add a little bit additional if you'd like. Would you all share the gold equally, or would you individually distribute it based on what you found?
Well, those are us who...
Here's what we'll do.
I would have.
If you want, if you think you share it equally, you can roll a d20. And if you think you would keep some of it, roll 2 d20s. Nice. Okay. This didn't quite work out the way I wanted, but nonetheless. So let's take your...
Oh, there he is.
That's
There's
not on
the
my
rogue.
side.
Yeah, Handsome Dave, unfortunately. So let's...
Not very perceptive.
Yeah. Let's do... So if you
So
roll
let's
2...
let's
Also, I'm quite offended that I'm the only one who would have shared it equally, but y'all are trash.
So what we'll do
Big jerk.
is
This is gonna be
everybody...
Strong take what they can, and the weak take what they will.
Everybody take an additional... So everybody take 18 gold for Beigolor's roll of 18. And those of you that rolled the 2, add half your roll in gold as well. So Handsome Dave, you'll get 4 gold because you rolled 9. Cool, you'll get 34 divided by 2 is 17. 17 additional gold, and Meinhard, you'll get 18 additional gold.
Wow, when I find out about this, I'm gonna be pissed.
You probably never will.
What was the original amount that we all get?
18 gold. Oh,
Okay.
and Crom, you rolled twice, so you get additional 6.
18.
You still got more than Handsome Dave.
So everybody throw a gold piece down here, and let's see if we can buy some information. And I take out one of my gold pieces and set it on the table.
Why not
Yeah,
just ask
I mean-
them?
Yeah, I've pretty much decided to go down no matter what, so I'm gonna keep my gold, I think.
I just realized for the first time Handsome Dave has never talked.
Yep. Get ready for this.
It's a good voice. I
just
like it.
feel like if we have a little information about what might be down there, we might be a little better off getting out of this.
I will give you the gold, but only because you know more about this kind of stuff than I do.
As
I already put my gold in it. I shared my 1 gold.
You had better find something interesting.
as all of you are talking, you see a group of, or you see this one guy next in a table next to you. He goes, "You don't think I'll do it? I'll do it!" And he slams his mug of beer down on the table, and he goes over to the bartender and he says, "Durnan, I'm going down." And he puts down a gold piece on the table, and then he walks over to the giant hole, and he reaches out and he grabs what appears to be a rope with a bucket on the bottom of it. He stands up and he stands up onto the edge of the yawning portal itself, the giant hole. He puts one foot in the bucket, and he stands there and he looks over the edge, and he looks back to the table, and they're like, "You won't do it! You won't do it!" And you see he takes a deep breath, and he swings, and is now in the middle of the 40-foot opening. And you see the bartender reaches over and grabs a winch and starts to turn a handle and begins to lower this guy down into the portal. You see a big crowd gathers around, and Durnan, or the barkeeper Durnan, says, "All right, we got bets." And you see a massive amount of people flock over to him and begin giving, there's all sorts of gold being handed out. You hear one guy say, "I bet he doesn't last a day." And you see another guy says, "I bet we see him come back in 3 days." And Durnan's calling out all sorts of odds for all the bets. And then, yeah, so do you guys do anything when that happens? And a large group also goes and gathers around at the opening to the well itself.
So as Dave is definitely interested in how the bets work, like how much could be made off of this based on how risky of a bet you could make.
Mm-hmm.
With the idea that when we go down, I'll probably want to put all my gold into this, betting on myself returning.
Yeah. So,
wow, that's a genius idea.
So how do you go finding that out?
I just am watching the process of everybody betting and...
Cool.
So that when we go down, I'm gonna start a similar. Before we go down, I'm gonna say I'm betting on myself, basically.
Yeah, so you see, it looks like it's kind of up to the barkeep, and you see he's just throwing out all sorts of odds. Like somebody will say, like, I think he comes back in a day, you know, and he's like, all right, that's 2-to-1 odds, you know, and the guy puts down some gold. One guy is like, I bet he comes back with a magic item. You know, it seems like they're just making up these bets. And he says, okay, you think he comes back alive with a magic item? Those are 20-to-1 odds, you know. So it seems like maybe the more difficult this bartender thinks something is, the higher return there is on the...
Okay. Awesome.
I walk over there with Handsom Dave, and I'm looking for somebody who's got a large bet against this guy returning at all.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you hear. So you hear one guy say, "I bet he never comes back." You go approach him.
I'd go approach him.
Okay. You see, it's like this old dwarf, and he appears to be dressed in like sort of. He has like soot on his face. It looks like some sort of laborer. He has like strong muscles and worn hands. And yeah, you hear him shout out, I bet he never comes back at all. That's the last we see of him."
And how much is he betting on this?
You see he puts down 10 gold, or 2 gold pieces on it. And Durnan says, never coming back? Those are 3-to-1 odds. 3-to-1 odds right there.
And I turn to him and I says, 2 gold's quite a bit. What makes you think that he's not coming back? And I hold up my piece of gold for him. I say, I'll let you increase the size of your bet, but you gotta tell me you gotta convince me you know why he's not coming back.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Yeah, this is the problem with me trying to talk to people.
So 14. He says,
Yeah.
He says, well, just by looking at him, it looked like a little guy. I've seen larger groups and stronger men go down and never return. So I'd say he has about as much of a chance of making it back as you do, my friend.
That's fair enough. What makes the difference of somebody coming back and somebody not coming back?
Oh, I'd say it's how smart they are, because you see a lot of these young dumb guys run in there and they go down and they never come back up. They always think they can beat the mountain. No one beats the mountain, all right? So you get some smarter guys though. It's the old wise ones you gotta watch out for. That's how I place my bets. The old wise ones, they seem to come back.
And are there any of those? You tell me where one of those old wise ones are in this room, and this gold's yours.
Oh, they usually don't go down again. You won't find them in the yawning portal. They are too smart to go down. They've seen things that you and I can never imagine.
Well, I believe that, and that's why I want to know, is there anyone around that might be able to take me to one of them?
Well, you can talk to Durnan, the barkeeper. He's been down himself.
And with that, I give him the gold. That's
Okay.
worth me.
And as you give him the gold, you immediately hear from the opening, I need to come back up! I need to come back up! I need to come back up! And you see the rope just starts frantically moving around. You then, you see that the rope begins to be lowered. Durnan reaches over and starts twisting up, and everybody's just laughing and cracking up. And while he's turning it, he's distributing out bets and giving payment out to people. He's like, all right, who had him under a minute? Who said under a minute? And some people, like a few people go over and he starts paying them out. And then you see, he gets to, you don't see the guy yet. He gets about like 10 feet short of the top. And you hear Durnan say, all right, you paid your down gold. Where's your up gold? And you see a gold piece is tossed up over the edge of the opening. And he raises him the rest of the way. And the guy, like, just gets up, clambers up, and he looks like pale and just scared out of his mind. And everyone's laughing, and someone gives him like a pat on his back as he walks through the crowd. And they're like, oh, you'll get him next time, bud. You'll get him next time. And he makes his way over to his table, and just like his friends are just giving him the hardest time. And he just starts drinking his beer quickly as fast as he can. So, he's back up. Everyone's there. What are you guys doing?
I'm going to say Handsom Dave is going to jump on top of the bar so that he can be visible to more people, because he's not.
He's now at eye line.
Yeah, with like the barkeep. And he'll say,
Well, me and my group are heading down, and I can tell you that none of us are very smart. So I want as good odds as I can on this.
and I'll dump all my gold out on the table. I say,
I come back with 2 magic items.
Give me a performance check.
it's not gonna be good. Okay, +0. That's better than most of my skills. Oh yes.
Oh, nice. You hear, as you jump up and start yelling, everybody kind of looks at you, and everybody just starts clambering towards the table, placing a ton of bets a bunch of different ways. And you hear a lot of people being like, they're never coming back, essentially. Like, that guy's never coming back, you know?
Definitely. So yeah, I dump all 32 of my gold out and say, what are my odds?
He says 2 magic items. How long we talking here? How many days am I giving you?
How long's the longest person been down there?
Well, some people live down there, so they just go down and stay. So indefinitely, is that an answer?
I'll be back in a week.
Week with 2 magic items. And I'm not talking any frilly stuff. Like, are we talking like potions, or are we talking like big items?
Potions don't count. Something you can hold and not drink.
All right. 2 magic items, 1 week. I'll give you 8 to 1 odds on that.
I heard 20 to 1 on someone else that's a lot bigger than me.
Go ahead and make a
And he is very stupid.
make a persuasion check.
Jeez.
I'm getting the impression we're not a very likable bunch.
Yeah.
I'm very likable.
He says, okay, tell you what, I'll give you 5 to 1 odds, and I'll waive your 1 gold piece fee to go down and up.
Can I roll an intelligence check to see if I understand how much worse that is?
Yeah, I mean, you go for it.
I do care about money, but I am bad about this, so straight up intelligence.
Sure.
Okay, it's good enough that I go,
8 to 1 sounded great.
Okay.
I would like to slam both of my fists on the bar and say, I said he's very stupid! Extremely loud in the bartender's face. And maybe try and reach over and grab at him.
Make an intimidation check with disadvantage.
Oh.
This guy's seen a few things, I think.
Ooh, good roll.
Oh, come on. That sucks.
Yeah, as you reach out, as you reach out to grab him, he actually grabs one of your hands and he twists it. And he says, "Don't reach behind my bar." And then he gives you your hand back, but your wrist still aches from where he grabbed you.
Okay, so I'll grab the 1 gold that I need for the fee.
Okay.
But I'm betting 31 gold.
Okay.
You might want to keep 2 golds so you can get back out of that bucket.
Oh, is that how that works? I don't think I realized that. I just have the 1. I'm betting 31 and the fact that I'll find 2 gold while I'm down there.
Okay. What is everybody else doing?
I'm talking to this barkeep. Well, who's the one who's got any degree of influence in this group?
What do you mean?
Our group?
In our group.
Oh.
I'll say I'm trying to influence the group because I am, with reckless abandon, starting to get into the bucket. So, different kind of influence. But
So you see Handsome Dave gets into the bucket, and the bucket begins to be lowered down.
get down there, boys.
I walk up to Dernan and I'm like, "Well, Dernan, today's the day. Finally going after my death."
Oh, today's the day. Cool. You're going down.
I am.
I think I've heard you say that like 10 times now.
And I just stare him in the eyes, put my gold piece down, and then walk over and stand on the bucket.
You see the rest of you see as you walk away, Dernan kind of has a look of surprise on his face and kind of nods a bit, and he says, "All right, I can only take 2 people at a time on that bucket, so you 2 are going down." And he begins to lower both of you down into the opening. What are the rest of you doing while you 2 are going down this place?
I'm just curiously watching. I'm not good at making decisions, and by the way, I did decide, you guys, I am a Fey Wandering Ranger.
Nice.
So I have a certain ambiance around me. And gosh, I can't talk, but I have an otherworldly glamour, even.
Nice.
It is part of the deal. And yeah, so I feel like I am rather conspicuous, but I am just still trying to lay low, as it were, in this big tavern.
Cool. Okay, is anyone doing anything else while they're being lowered down?
I give the
I just wanna
barkeep
say-
my gold and I say, I'll be in the next bucket.
I'm just glad as the bucket is going down, I cast Prestidigitation to shoot fireworks above our heads. Below.
So as you do that, you hear a roar from the crowd above as people cheer. And you see some people like watch. You just see faces above you begin to shrink and fade into the darkness as you're lowered down into the depths. As you 2 are being lowered further and further and deeper down, as you get lower and lower, the faces and the opening and the light and the noise above begins to fade and dim away. both from your sight and your ears. You see the walls of this opening. I guess, Handsom Dave, you have dark vision. Cool, you don't, right?
Thought I did. I thought
Oh, you might. I can't remember Dragonborn do.
Did
That's okay. You can think about it, or you can look it up while we're doing it. So as you're ascending down, you notice that the walls are smooth, definitely man-made. It's not a natural opening that descends lower. You go further and further down. You can no longer see or hear anything above, and what feels like, it feels like minutes have passed, and finally, you see the bottom of this cavern below. Can you see? You can't see anything on the map, right?
No.
Perfect.
Oh, yes, I can.
Now you can.
Things small on the middle. Okay, yeah.
Should be right
See
there.
myself.
Okay. So you see, you should be able to move yourselves. If not, let me know. So you see, as you make your way down, at the bottom of this opening is a sandy room. You notice a couple things. You notice that the opening sort of opens at the top of the room, and then it lowers down into this square around you. A couple things you notice about the makeup of the place. You notice that this is a rather large room. It looks like the height of the ceiling of the room, it looks almost like it's a perfect cube. The height is exactly equal to that of the width of the room and the width of the walls going around. In addition, it looks as if the room is also man-made. It's not like a naturally formed cave or anything like that. And finally, your bucket lowers and hits the ground with a soft, gentle cushion of the sand below. And then the lowering stops as you hit the ground beneath.
Yeah, I'll just start walking around and trying to see what I can see in my surroundings.
Okay, cool. I would love to do this, but I hate when Roll20 I hit reveal areas and it turns Fog of War on sometimes.
Yep.
Okay,
I know your pain.
Yeah. As you hop off and begin to search around, the bucket raises again as soon as you hop off. And once it gets to the top, Meinhard, I'm assuming you jump on.
Yes.
Is anyone else going with Meinhard?
I will, as I'm backing away from the bar, I'll look at the bartender and I'll say, "I will remember that, little man." And I'll kind of like wince and grab at my wrist and then get on the thing with him. And as we're being lowered, I'm just going to glare at him.
He says, "You forgot to pay your gold."
I'll throw a gold at him. Like, not well either.
Okay, he lowers the both of you down as well. Beigolor, what are you doing?
Alright, can you hear me first of all?
Yeah, you're a little quiet.
I'm quiet again because my audio is being a mess today.
Oh, no worries. I just turned you up.
And I also missed some of
the middle of so the first two went down. I think I'm catching up. The bucket came back, and now the other two are going. I'm alone.
Yes, you're all alone there.
And Brandon was placing bets on himself.
Yep.
Nobody else did.
I don't think so.
Sorry, what?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, so I'll talk to this guy for a second. And yeah, I kind of waltz up, and I have this, like almost a little bit of a glow, I guess, like a little bit fairy fey-ish, and I just wanna talk, and man, I'm so bad at being persuasive, but I'm supposed to be good.
I don't think any of us are.
I'm just gonna.
Oh, Brandon, we're getting a ton of noise from you, by the way.
Oh no, my bad. I thought I was muted.
And so I want to ask this guy. So, what are the chances my friends and I come back from this? No, before I say that, I wanted to ask, how long have you been working at this tavern, and how many people have you seen go down?
Been working here long time. I mean, long time. All right. I've seen plenty of people go down. I've seen plenty of people come up. I've seen plenty of people not come up. People act like there's a science to it. There's no science to it. Are you smart? Are you strong? You got to do what you do to survive. That's what the dungeon's about. It's about survival. Everybody acts like there's some trick, but that's it.
Have you ever gone down yourself?
How do you think I got that? He points to the sword behind his head.
Oh, was I supposed to know that? Sorry. Is it like displayed? Did I just miss you describe that or something?
Yeah, it's displayed behind. He says, "Yeah, that's just people focus on that. That's what people look for. They look up there, and they think, oh, that's what I want." But they don't realize that's just secondary. Your goal down there is to survive. That's it. You going down?
Back?
What?
Sorry, am I too quiet? Do you think I'll ever come back? I'm asking the bartender.
You don't know until you try.
What kind of an answer is that?
What kind of an answer do you want? I don't know what to say. You want me to? If I knew who was coming back or not, I wouldn't be running a business here. All right. Go do it. See what you're gonna do, and you keep asking questions like that down there. You're not gonna last long.
Oh. I'll take your bet. How much would you bet I don't come back?
Hey, you never come back?
I suppose that doesn't make it so you get paid very easily if I don't ever come back, but yeah.
So
well,
you're betting.
You can put money down, yeah.
If I
You're
give
betting you come
money,
back.
How much do I get if I come back?
How long you staying down?
That's a little confusing to me. These rules. I'm new around here. You just say how long you want to stay?
No. You're essentially, the higher the risk, the greater the reward. The longer you think you can stay down there and
My
come back.
goblin friend, he's pretty young, but he even understood that.
Yeah.
But so
As Meinhard's being lowered, he says, 5 gold to any shaft that will tie up that dude and send him down in the next barrel.
You see as two guys immediately look at each other and begin making their way towards you.
I don't appreciate that.
What do you do?
Well, first I'll try to talk them down, and I'll just say, "Hey, gentlemen, are they both men? Who are these people?"
Yeah, as you're doing that, make a persuasion check at disadvantage.
At disadvantage.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at my character sheet for a second.
Hey guys, don't do that to me.
Hey guys, let's talk.
Okay, so
Some Dave's probably dead at this point. From whatever attacked the last dude.
Alright, what kind of check am I doing?
Persuasion at disadvantage.
Okay, but I do have I have what happens? Oh, okay, so this has already added. I get a +2 to the check because of my otherworldly glamour.
Nice.
And so I guess you think that has already gotten added? Let's click this button and see if it works.
Nice.
Did it
One,
work?
one more.
Why is this so hard? It opened a pop-up and it's covering up where I clicked.
Oh no.
Guys, I'm sorry. I am making this so slow. Okay, I can do persuasion. Oh, what did I roll? Now I have to go back to the other one. This is too hard. 15 now.
Right, dual monitors.
Now wait a second.
Yeah. As you say, wait a second, they grab you by the arms and begin to bring you
wait a
towards
second.
the.
That's not what my persuasion modifier is. I'm so confused.
Oh, what is it?
Well, okay. It says +5
Okay.
in my column, and then I guess it added +2 over there.
So you got
I
14.
add 5 to both of those.
Cool. So you got 14. As you say that, they grab you by the arms and begin to drag you towards the barrel.
You still throw me in?
Well, I mean, they're going to.
I hate this game. Alright. Well, so they're advancing on me?
No, they've grabbed you at this point in time and they're dragging you towards the barrel. He goes, well, and you hear the bartender said, well, good luck. I think your friend covered your cost for you, so. And they get you and they shove you into the barrel and it begins to lower down.
And there's 3 of us in there now, huh?
No, you'd made it down already and then it went back up.
Okay.
Alright, fine.
You're
And
down
I put
below.
5 gold in the bucket.
Okay, and it raises back up, and all of you find yourselves down below. You find it to be very dark, and there's a stillness to the air and sound around you, with the sand covering the floor. It creates sort of like this soundproof effect in the room. You see that there is a tunnel that goes this way. You also notice that adorning the walls are shields hanging all over the walls of this room. Some of them are dented and rusty, and some of them have been covered with graffiti as well. At this point in time, if you don't have dark vision, you need to have a source of light because it is very, very dark down here.
I actually
I
have a
looked it up
question
and
on
I
that.
don't.
You don't? Okay.
One of the items that I got is a lantern.
Yep.
Can I have bought some oil in town while
Yeah.
we were in there?
For sure. Absolutely.
Is there? Do you think there's how much does oil cost?
Don't worry about it. Just take it right now.
Can I take a couple?
Yeah, we'll deal with it later. Just have it.
I will have 5 pints. How much is a pint?
We have to assume that we've been in town for a week. We know about this thing. We're equipped.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry about the logistics of it. You have it.
2 cups. Yeah, so I will light up my lantern.
Cool. You see, as
Handsome Dave. Go ahead.
as Crom goes to light the lantern, I guess what does the lantern look like?
It appears to be a little silver domed lantern with a thing sticking out of with like a bulb at the front. Creates 30 feet of dim light and a 30 feet of, what does that say? Shedding bright light for 30 feet and then dim feet for 30 feet.
Perfect.
And invisible creatures and objects are visible as long as they're within 30 feet.
Cool. I will give you 30-foot circle, and
that's for 6 hours.
30 and
Unless
65.
I snuff it out.
So you should see how well your lights up, right, Jameson?
Yes, I see. Oh wow, is that me? Oh wow, look at that.
Okay.
Only you can see it.
Sorry, what were you gonna say, Brandon?
I was just gonna say, getting down here first, I've just been picking around through everything. You said a bunch of shields, so I would have looked for the fanciest looking shield.
Yeah, make an
No, none of them look
investigation check. Eight. Okay. They all look to be really, really like old and worn down and beat up. None of them really appear to have much like inherent value to them.
I'll definitely touch one or try to peel it off the wall if I can.
Okay.
If it's too high up, though, I might not be able to reach it.
Yeah, you find one that looks like the one that might be worth something, and it's just out of your reach.
Okay. I like look around for like a stool or something to try to get a couple inches, and that's what the rest of that. I'm doing that for the rest of the time while other people are coming down, probably.
You also notice some of the graffiti you notice is written in Goblin.
Oh.
Yeah, and it says on it, beware the Elder Runes.
Okay.
Crom will walk over to you and say, "What do you think the Elder Runes are?"
I don't know. Runes that have been here longer, and the younger runes. I don't know. Just keep our eyes open, see if we see a banner that says Elder Runes, and we'll stay away from that banner.
Okay, so you now are down in the dungeon. Oh, I was trying to add those items and then I got distracted. Do you guys want to make your way out of this room, or where would you like to go, or would you like to stay in this room and say something, or do you want to move on?
A sec.
I definitely want to move on. I mean, yeah.
You have dark vision, right?
As long as everybody's there, yeah, I can see really well. So.
Did we ever get the shield for Handsome Dave?
Nope, I've abandoned it.
Okay.
Okay. As Handsome Dave, you're leading the way.
Sure.
Okay. You see that the tunnel goes down and then curves down that way.
We're all down, right?
Is everybody is everybody gonna follow, or is anyone wanting to check out anything else in this room?
I'm just staying with the lantern because I can't see outside of the lantern.
Cool. That's fine. And
I start walking this.
we're not gonna like follow the map perfectly, but if someone wants to stay in a room, just let me know in the future, and then we'll have you go back. Okay. Okay. So as you make your way down the hallway, You see it opens up. It comes over here. Okay. Cool. So, as you make your way through and you enter into this hallway, you see this is about a 20-foot wide hallway, and same thing as the other room. It's about 20 feet across. It's also about 20 feet tall. So you see as you make your way around, before the hallway, you see there are stairs that descend into a room that's lined with pillars. The pillars go all the way, or sorry, not pillars. These are, there's little indents. What's the opposite of an outcropping? An incropping?
An alcove.
Alcove, yeah. There's little like alcoves that are about every 10 feet along this wall. And you see contained on these alcoves are large carvings. They appear to be drawn on. As you look at them from there, you can notice that they're carvings of different types of demons. Carved into each one of them. As you make your way down further through the hall, you see in about halfway through the hallway, you see there's a skeleton of what looks to be like a humanoid torso, but instead of like hands, it has sort of like long, thin fingers spreading out, and they're thin and bony, and it has the head of it has a beak on it, so it looks like a bird head on sort of this humanoid-looking torso, and you see one of its thin arms is pointing towards one of the carvings of the demons. And I can actually show you what the demons look like. These are the demons on the south wall. These are the demons on the north wall.
Bring that light over here, and I'm going to go over to the demon that he's pointing to.
Okay.
I will loot the skeletal body.
Cool. So yeah, let's.
Who's got the light? Who's got the light?
I have the light.
And I'm not sure which demon is being pointed to, Parker.
Yeah, so it's the demon that it's pointing to. You would recognize that this demon is actually called a Nalfshni. So it's pointing to a demon that's carved. Its name is a Nalfshni, and you can give me a perception check on that.
All right. Anything more intelligence-based would be better for me.
I guess, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for signs of a trick or a trap.
Okay, yeah, that's going to be... I always get confused if this would be investigation or perception. Probably... You could probably do investigation on this, then.
Which one's the Nalshni?
Yeah, that's a good question. No.
25.
25, very nice. The Nalfshni is on the south wall. It's the 1, 2, 3, the fifth one on the right. So the second from the left, the one that has the tusks growing out of the bottom of its mouth with tiny little wings. The fat one. That's the Nalfshni. 25, yeah. So as you're looking, you notice behind the statue there appears to be a sort of like on the bricks aren't yeah, behind the statue it looks essentially like you could do something like maneuver the statue, sort of like twist it in a way, and it looks like something might happen if you twist it. It doesn't look to be trapped at all. It just looks like something might happen if you end up like rotating the statue a little bit. So like sort of pivoting it in place.
Hey, Crom, give this a turn here. Let's see what happens. And I'll have my daggers in hand.
We'll go and twist whatever he's asking me to twist as hard as possible.
Okay, cool. You are able to easily do so. As you twist it, you hear a grinding noise like stone on stone. And you see from behind the statue, an opening appears and leads further south.
What's the matter? Were you too afraid? You couldn't do it?
I just don't have, that's not one of my particular abilities, is to do big, brute, strong, like things like that. You, however, seem to have that down pat.
I do. Surprised it's taken you so long to realize this.
Oh, you've got it in spades, that's for sure. I'm waiting down to see if Handsome Dave gets a little curious about going in there.
Did I find anything on the body?
No, you didn't. It actually, give me, see, this is where I don't understand if you'd use investigation or perception on this. Because, like,
I don't know.
It feels like a perception check to me.
Perception would be now. I mean, well, investigation if he's actually looking on the body for something in particular, right?
Yeah, like looting it, right?
I would say investigation if he's trying to learn something from the body.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And perception if he's just trying to see, if he's just trying to find something on the body.
I think that's a brilliant way to say it, because I was trying to learn about the statue.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty fair distinction. So, you don't find anything valuable on it, but you do notice that as you sort of poke around the skeleton, it's immovable. So you can't like move the bones at all or anything. It's
I can't make it point to a different thing.
Exactly. It's basically frozen into the floor.
Okay. With the secret opening coming up, I will be eager to, barrel in.
Okay. Does anybody else want to do something in this room?
I motion after you to Crom with his lantern.
Cowardly little man.
Does anybody else want to do something in that room?
I can't see without the lantern. I need it to go first.
Is there any more graffiti or anything around? Just like as I'm looking at these statues.
Yeah, give me a perception check or investigation. You choose. 10. It doesn't look like there's anything else in. There's no graffiti or anything on the walls. You do know the names.
I can read a few. I don't know. Yeah, you tell me what I see, and maybe I can.
Yeah. So you as you look at like all the different like carvings, essentially. I think I said statues, but they're like carvings. So as you look at all the carvings, you see that they're all pictures of depicting different demons, and you actually know the names of each one of the demons that is standing in front of you. And these are all pretty, like, considered pretty strong demons. Like they're some of the high-ranking demons in the different levels of hell. But that's all you notice.
And okay, but I somehow know all their names. Is that
Sorry,
just
they're broad general names, not like Jim the demon, you know, like.
but like what type of creature they are?
Exactly, yeah.
That's just because of my background, or you're saying that, or like should I?
Yeah.
Do I know if my party knows these things as well?
I would ask you, I guess, would there be a reason you would know those names that you could think of?
Wait a second.
The fact that you're from the Fae or you have some Fae abilities might.
And I have a specialty in the Underdark.
Yeah.
But that's more terrain rather than, or is that true, or am I misunderstanding that?
No, that's fine. Things related to the Underdark, like this is
Do
definitely.
demons reside in the Underdark? Like, I picked that because it sounded cool, but I don't really know what it means. I figured we were going underground, so that sounded good.
A lot of times demons do go to the Underdark when they visit like the mortal plane and the mortal realm. They go to the Underdark because, you know, if they were to appear in front of mortals and stuff like that, it would just be pandemonium essentially. Or so they do a lot of their like secret dealings and workings in the Underdark. So yeah, that's definitely a reason you would know him.
Okay, are we? Is anything underground the Underdark, or is it like super deep is the Underdark, or like what does that mean just for me as a player?
Yeah, it's all kind of nebulous. Like it's basically whatever we want it to be. The Underdark is essentially a society that dwells below ground. Like that's a civilization below ground. Essentially, is the Underdark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for explaining that.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else doing anything in that room? Okay, let's make our way through the hall. So, as you wind your way through this hall, the first thing that you notice is there is an extreme stench that gets stronger and stronger as you get further and further down. The tunnel descends slightly below, but the smell that hits you is it's like pure sewage, essentially, as you're making your way down further and further.
This was not my doing, says Meinhard.
As you make your way to the end of this hallway, you find that the room in front of you is tilted to the west. And tilting down this way. Yeah, you can see there is, at the very far end, at the very west end, there actually is, where all the tilt is going, there is like sewage water, essentially this dark, thick, viscous water filled with who knows what, covering the floor of the west end of this room, and it barely reaches the east wall. So it's very, there's just a ton of water. You can't see the floor because it's so just like gross and sewage like. You do notice though that a little bit to the west, right here, gosh dang it, right here, there is a statue that is submerged up to its chest in the sewer water. It emits a dim purple radiance. Also, you notice that where its head is, it's completely turned around. And let's do this right now. Everybody give me what your passive perception score is.
11.
11.
13.
10.
What was that?
13.
13?
I'm at 14. Sorry, that
14?
sound.
And Bryan, what's Cool's?
10.
10? Cool. Okay, so 14 is the highest. Excellent. So who is leading the way into this room? Was it Handsome Dave?
I think that's my job, is to trip the traps first. So yeah.
Cool. Okay, so you're the
Are
first
you
one.
particularly nimble? Is that why that's your, or are you just too?
It makes
I'd like to find. So you might not know this, or you might have some suspicions, but I'd like to find the gold first. So
Okay.
I'll stay in front.
Okay, so you're the first one to make it into this room. Who would be following Handsome Dave?
Would be right behind him,
Okay, Crom, you're close behind.
confidently stomping around.
Yeah. All right, so what would you like to do as you see this room and enter? Or at least view it.
How tilted is it, by the way?
It's a pretty significant tilt. You can't quite see the bottom of the other side of the floor, but like looking where there's no water, it's a pretty good tilt. Enough that like if you put like a ball on it, it would roll pretty quickly down to the other side.
And then you said that it's just like the head on backwards on the statue? Is that
Correct.
the idea?
And that's the Statue of the West.
Hey, Crom, let's say you set that head on straight. How averse is Crom to sloshing through the sewage?
You're getting to be a very bossy little man. I'll stomp over, and I'll grab the head
Okay,
and
cool.
start trying to turn it.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I'm holding. I'll put the lantern over my arm a little bit.
Okay. So as you approach the statue, it has a purple aura glowing around it. It's a dim glowing purple aura.
Does
You
it
don't-
look like a field, or is it just light?
It's you'd have to make an Arcana check on that.
I probably don't know then. I'm just wondering if it's a light emanating from it, or is it like a force field in front of me?
Oh, I see. No, it's just like a light that you can see. I understand. Yeah, as far as the intent of what it is, you don't know, but yeah, it's just like a purple light shining from it.
Oh yeah, I'll just walk in there then and try and turn it.
Okay, you notice that the head is actually that of, it has like fins on the side of it and kind of like a fin, like a head dorsal fin going on top. And it's got sort of like like an anglerfish mouth.
Ugh.
Yeah, open in front of you. So you're going over and doing that. Is anybody else wanting to do anything while he's going to go do that?
Oh, I'm happy to watch and see what happens here.
Cool.
Yep, same.
Okay, cool.
I'm staying out of the water. I don't like that.
Okay.
What's
so
the matter? Are you too good for a little bit of poop?
Look, I am a little bit of a pre-boy.
Those are going to be my last words.
So you go over and you grab onto the head, and you're easily able to sort of screw it, or not screw it, but you can like lift it a bit and turn it. You actually find that it's on, like the neck is like a post or a peg that the head screws on and off on. So somebody essentially just like got this head to break apart and, or at least like separate, and they then just turned it around backwards. So you're able to turn it back, and you notice as you turn it back around, the head, the mouth emits that purple glow just like a jack-o'-lantern right at you. Then you need to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh dear. That's not good.
12. You feel as something it's hard to describe, but it feels like something punches you in the brain. And
That's a perfect way to describe it for me.
yeah, it feels like a punch to the brain, but you feel like you're able to withstand it, and nothing really happens, but you can feel something's trying. It's like, in boxing, you're protecting your head, but something's trying to get in there. You also feel something brush against your leg as that happens.
I will. Can I try to cover its mouth? Just wrap my hand around its whole face?
Yeah, for sure.
And do I feel like whatever just punched me in the brain has let up a little bit?
Yeah, so as you do that, I need you to make another intelligence saving throw.
Oh dear.
Okay. As you cover up the light of the head, you get it pretty well covered up for the most part. It's now, some of it's peeking through your fingers a bit. For the most part, it's mostly covered up. You then feel something brush past your leg again, and this time you get punched right in the cerebellum, and you take 10 points of psychic damage.
Okay. So I guess I'll let go of it.
Okay, cool.
You're looking like you're having a hard time there. What's going on? Can you turn it around?
The fish statue is hurting my brain. Something touched me.
I think you just twist it. It shouldn't hurt your brain too much. I think even I understand that.
One thing you're noticing as well as you're standing there, you notice
walking away from it. I'm not standing next to it.
Yeah, as you begin to walk away and the rest of you are looking, you notice that the water appears to be, you hear it sort of dripping in the background, and the water appears to be coming from cracks in the ceiling that's just dripping down the walls and accumulating more and more, in this room.
Does it feel like it's increasing? Like it's getting...
No, it's a very slow drip. It doesn't seem like it's going up at all.
Where's the exit pass out of the room?
Other side.
Got to get through the water.
That's it, right there.
And I'd be looking around for what touched my leg.
Oh, okay. Make a perception check. Cool. As you look, you notice there appears to be something in the water. It looks almost like water. Like, it's really dark, so it's hard to see. But something that looks almost like a jellyfish seems to be, moving around down there.
I will take out a javelin and try and spear it.
Cool. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Oh, how does that work with a javelin? You think it's just a normal roll? If I'm using it like a melee, like a spear? I guess so. It doesn't have any other numbers next to it.
Yeah, it's just a...
Yes, yeah.
19, yeah, roll damage. 8 points? Cool. So you are able to stab, and you feel almost like your javelin is going through like a jar of jam. Like you feel it goes and it hits something, it meets some sort of resistance. But you don't hear anything or anything. And you are met with that smell of sewage, and it increases and goes even more after you stab this thing.
And I try to fish it out of the water on the end of my javelin.
Yeah,
so
for sure. Yeah. So you pull it up, and it looks like this sort of like square cube, and you see now that it's gray, and it begins just like dripping and oozing down, and it tries to reach out and smack you with one of its like limbs. Let me see how it does. 17 plus. Can you see that roll, by the way?
If you rolled something just now, no.
Oh, good. Okay, 20.
You said you
That's
were-
20. I assume that hits. You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage and 7 points of acid damage.
Okay.
You also
Very
notice two other
dying
things
very
happen.
quickly.
You notice two other things. One, are you wearing armor?
No.
Oh, good. Okay. You notice one other thing then. You notice that the metal part of your javelin begins to disintegrate and dissolve.
I will flick it at the bottom wall as hard as I can.
Awesome. Make a strength athletics check.
Are we able to respond at all?
Yeah, what
Like,
would you like to do?
Well, I don't. Just like I can see this happening,
Yeah,
right?
for sure. Absolutely.
Well,
Did you go in the room, I guess? I should ask that.
Yeah, I was hanging out on that side out
Yeah.
of the water, but
For sure.
watching it all. How about I cast Chill Touch on the weird thing as it's getting flicked?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll. I think that's an attack, right?
Is it a spell or an
Yeah.
attack?
It's a spell attack, a melee spell attack, I think, right? Nice, a 20.
It's +2. I don't know.
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead. Go ahead and roll your
what just
damage.
happened? So it rolled a 20, is what it's saying.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. 2 little damage.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
It's necrotic damage too.
It is.
Cool. Okay, so I guess, Crom, you lift this thing up in the air. What does it look like when you go to touch this thing? Like, do you say anything, or do you just walk over and touch it while he's holding it up and looking at it?
Well, he's got a range of 120 feet.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I didn't intend to actually touch it.
I see. That was my bad. I thought it was a touch spell.
I know. It only says
It's called touch. That is confusing, but
I
it has a
that.
range.
Okay, excellent.
This is the most confusing spell in the game because it's not cold damage and it's not touch.
Yeah, I was gonna say it could freeze, but it's necrotic damage. So, okay, so you do that, and then Jameson, as Crom flicks this thing, you see just like a grape under a steamroller. It just splats against the wall, and you see there's like a crack in the wall, and it just kind of like absorbs into the crack and disappears.
I do not like this poop room.
You also, your javelin that used has a -1 penalty to damage rolls.
Dang.
I don't know how I'm gonna remember that.
Make a note if you can. Okay, is anybody else wanting to do something in this room?
No, I think
Well,
we've done.
as we're looking, is it just apparent that down to that southwest corner, that's the way to get out?
Yeah, as you go down that way, it actually, there is, so as you go to the southwest corner, you are basically having to tread water in the room at this point in time. So you're,
Do we really have to? Like, I wasn't actually moving, so everyone's
Like
moving.
actually swimming.
you're actually swimming in the, you can't touch the bottom at this point in
I
time.
did first, and I definitely wasn't touching the bottom.
Yeah.
So you still might not have known if you could have touched, but yeah, I'll do that.
So you're essentially treading water through this sewage, and as you get there, the room abruptly ends. There is nothing further that way.
So with the water that's coming in, can we determine where the water is leaving? Or is it just filling up?
You could give me a wisdom check of some sort, if you wanted to see about that. I can't remember what wisdom rule.
Perception?
What? Yeah, you can do perception. That's good.
Nope.
Actually, yeah, it might be, or if you have an intelligence based, probably.
It would just be worse.
It's probably investigation. Yeah. So 10. You don't see. You might think. I think you could say like if there's cracks, letting the water come down. There might be cracks in the bottom of this room that's letting the water leak out. Also.
So I'm going to swim back over to this statue
Okay.
so that I can do my own investigation on it.
Yeah.
Specifically, what I'm looking for is, was it broken? Was the head broken when it was turned, or was it just able to spin? You know, the rod that connected it or whatever.
Yeah.
Had that been broken at some point?
Oh, I see. So you'd be able to just, I guess, observe, like when Crom did it.
Exactly.
It's not broken. It's like, kind of
just-
like, I don't even know what to say. Like one of those twirly things. It could just like spin. If you did this, it would just spin and spin and spin.
Okay.
You also notice that one of the arms is actually broken off as well. So like it has its arms up like this, and it only has one hand up in the air, and you can see the shoulder of the other one. The arm is missing.
But those they're not, the pieces aren't around or anything.
They might be, but you can't see them.
Are there any like
They'd be,
I don't know, rocks or anything on the ground, little pebbles?
Yeah, you could probably find something loose, especially in the hallway. You could find a rock or pebble.
Okay. I would like to cast light on a rock and toss it into the water, into the deeper end
Cool.
of
Yeah.
the water.
Yeah. So as you do, you toss in the little bloop, it falls in, and what emits is like the grossest lava lamp that you've ever seen. Like it sort of casts a dim glow throughout the room, and there's just looking in there. You see there's like a finger floating in the water. You see something that's long and stringy that you have no clue what it is, but it's like hanging out in there. It's not moving, but it's just like stagnantly floating in the water. And you see a skull in the bottom end also.
I just say, it's very gross.
I am going to fetch. Well, I'm going to just fetch one of my daggers, and I'm going to tinker it to make it glow, so I can see if any of the pieces of this statue are lying nearby or somewhere I can reach.
Yeah. So as you glow your dagger, as you like dip it down. You don't see anything above the water, but as like it dips down into, you see that the broken arm is actually sunk to the ground over here in the water below.
Okay, I'm going to take that arm up. Is it really heavy?
It's pretty heavy.
I would think.
Yeah.
Okay, I need somebody that's strong enough to help me lift this up.
Nice try. Not falling for it anymore.
Cool. Do you want to help me out with this?
Lift your own arm. Weak jerk.
Crom
did you ask for help?
setting boundaries.
Yeah, cool. Can you come help me with this?
I can try just because I'm dragonborn. My Specialty.
Okay, if we can
little-
lift it and hold it in place, Parker, then I'm going to use mending on it.
Cool. Yeah. Are you both going down and going and getting it? You'll have to dunk under to get it.
Yeah, let's get the arm up.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. Both of you make Constitution saving throws.
$16.
16? Nice. So cool. As you go down, some of the water like gets in your mouth and your nose, and you swallow a little bit of it, and it just it's one of the worst tasting things imaginable. It's awful. Who knows what it even is, and you take 2 points of poison damage from it. But you're both able to get the arm up and put it on, and then as I guess, what does it look like when Meinhard casts mending?
Meinhard gets his hands on the seam where they meet, and you just see his hands moving, and the cracks and the gap between them just disappears as he holds that up until it becomes one piece whole again.
Very nice. Okay, you now have a whole statue in front of you. Nothing happens when you do it. It simply glows and looks at you. Is there anything else that anyone would like to do?
I wish I asked these questions before, but as a ranger, I know some ranger spells.
Yeah.
Or I'm trying to understand this, Parker. Do I pick two and they're like permanently mine?
I
Is that
I
how a
actually don't know
ranger
how that
works? Or
do you guys know?
Do you
I
have
can't-
slots?
I-
Do you have spell slots?
well, so I have a spell slot from my Fey Walker thing, but it's not. It shows me a list of things that rangers can have, but I don't know how to add them to my character or.
So have you managed
You have to
your spells?
learn specific ones, choose specific ones.
I wish I knew where to look, you guys. I'm sorry.
It's
No,
on
it's okay.
it's on your character sheet.
That I do see the spells area on my character sheet, but then it kind of just shows me.
So then you go to manage
Well,
spells in the top right of that.
Oh, there's a.
And then it should say add spells and known spells, and you'll add the ones that you want. And hopefully it works out okay. I know it's a little confusing, so you might need to look at it later, but just choose whatever right now.
Well, I think I would like to know detect magic and use it.
Yeah, cool. You totally can.
And maybe that will tell us something.
Yeah, you absolutely. How long does detect magic last, by the way?
Actually,
It's 10
that's a
minutes.
good question. Yeah, it is 10 minutes, and it has a range of 30 feet, so I am going to dip my toes in the water for the first time and kind of get closer. Ugh, yucky. A little bit closer to the whole pool, just to see if anything's below or I don't know.
So you notice that the statue is giving off like an illusion sort of magic in it. It appears to be the magic appears to be harmless. Basically, there doesn't seem to be anything inherently good or bad about it. It just seems like a cool effect that somebody did, and now it glows.
And
What
can I
about the thing
understand
that face blasted
why
me?
it hurt? Yeah, can I understand why it hurt Crom?
Yeah, you don't get any of that from the statue.
and there's no other magic items in the bottom of the water, or nothing around me that I'm detecting besides just a glowing statue.
No, nothing else is. Oh wait, let me check something out.
So what damaged me wasn't magic?
Um.
Yeah, I'll share this info. Assume you guys know it.
Yeah, I don't know if Crom could. Do you think Crom could make that distinction?
I'm just wondering on a
Oh, I see.
D&D level.
Yeah, I'll tell you on a D&D level, it wasn't the statue.
And so I share that this is just an illusion. The statue is only glowing with illusion magic.
Yeah. You
And-
also do notice that the skull down below, the skull itself isn't glowing, but like isn't pinging any magic, but there's some sort of magic something coming from where the skull is in the water at the deep end of this pool.
I'm sorry. Did you ping where that was? I was
right
looking at my characters. Oh, just in the corner. Okay. Yeah. Well, I tell the group though that's. Yeah. I guess I can't provide any more information.
Is anybody doing anything else?
No, I'd say Handsome Dave's kind
And
of
to
out
be
of
clear,
his
we
depth.
have nowhere else to go, right?
Not that you see in this room.
Yeah, this requires thinking. Handsome Dave is not a thinker.
Handsome Dave's a doer.
Can I just climb out of, I don't know, I guess swim around the back and try to investigate if there's some sort of other lever or knob or button or switch or who knows what?
Yeah, you don't see anything like that. The only thing that's even remotely different about this room is that skull is glowing magic of some sort or something by the skull. But nothing else in this room is standing out at all.
Did you
Tell us about that magic.
I was gonna say, did you tell us that?
I'll just swim over here and I'll just say there's I might sense something over here. Let me check it out, and I will try to breathe. Take a deep breath and go down.
Okay,
Dig in the dirt for whatever's pinging.
make a Constitution saving throw.
I didn't want to.
6. Okay, let me roll your damage. You take 6 points of poison damage. And you find beneath the skull, there's a ring down beneath.
So I just grab it and I that's all can I by holding it do I is it like I'll get it out of the water. I'll have to look at it, I assume, above the water.
Yeah, you could look at it there. If you wanted to make an Arcana check, you could potentially find out what it might be.
Sure, we better do that.
You have
Yeah.
wait. Oh yeah, +0. Yeah, you have no clue. In fact, you actually think this might be the most powerful ring you've ever found in your life.
Yeah, okay, sure. Wait, for real? Like, I have to believe that?
No, you don't, but you might.
Anyway, I'll just say I found this, but I don't think it will help us here.
Okay, I'll take it off your hands then.
That's okay, my friend. You We'll
All right,
we'll share it all at the end. Don't worry, I've always shared in the past.
I think it might help, but yeah, okay. You can hold on to it.
If-
I'll take it from you later.
When we have a chance, I'll take a look at it and I'll tell you what this thing might be. But for now, we gotta find our way out of this room.
Exactly.
On the way out of the room, it's behind me.
You said the statue's an illusion, so I don't know. Can we just dive down there and see if we can swim under it?
As all of you are talking, you see, coming through the crack that you had splatted that creature, you see what appears to be sort of that gray substance, and it begins to come back into the room. And as it comes in, what you splatted against the wall, what Crom splatted against the wall was very small. This just continues to grow and grow and grow. And there's more and more of this gray stuff filling up into the room.
Where that is?
This wall over here by Handsom Dave. So, is anybody doing anything?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hanson,
back up
Hanson,
a little
Dave,
bit.
Hanson, Dave, get away from there.
I'd say Handsom Dave probably has like his back to the wall, so he's like, what do you mean? And he's like swimming too, because it's deeper in this section.
Treading water.
So he looks behind him, and then it's like, tries to swim away.
It's then it just keeps pouring out, and that sort of gray substance is now, it's 5 times larger than the one you splatted, and it is making its way towards all of you, going this way.
I'd like to shoot it with an arrow.
Okay,
So shoot.
go for it. You can roll an attack on that.
That'll probably work really well. Arrow attack.
Anybody doing anything else?
Sorry, did I roll twice? My bad.
13?
13 was the first, yeah.
Also, make sure you're keeping track of your arrows.
Yeah.
Cool.
I might say I bought more than my starting equipment, but I'll keep track of them.
That's fine. You can roll damage with that 13.
It's gonna be 6
Nice.
piercing damage.
Very nice. It the arrow kind of sticks into it, and you see as the arrow like hits it, and it doesn't seem to impede its movement at all, and the arrow actually begins to disintegrate, the metal part disintegrate, and eventually dissolves, and just a wooden stick is now sticking into this thing. And it is still coming towards you. It is very, very slow, but it's making its way towards you. So, at this point in time...
I need to know, Parker,
Oh, yeah.
Parker, you need to listen. I've got a create bonfire.
Cool.
It says you create a bonfire on ground that you can see within range.
Yeah.
Will this work? Or is the water not going to work? Or could
The water won't work, no.
Okay.
Because it has to be ground, and you might think this water is also so toxic that maybe if you did do a fire, it might catch on fire.
The methane might blow us all to kingdom.
Exactly. So you could try, but it might be.
Good.
Shoot.
So is anybody doing anything else?
Yeah, I'm getting in the water and getting to drier ground. I'm not staying here.
Okay. Is anyone staying?
Unless I can...
Nope.
Crom doesn't see a reason to stay.
Okay.
Leave the jelly to its room.
If my attack is done, I'm happy to necrotic. I'll chill touch it again. That seems to, I don't know, make it stop for a little bit. So, has it been long enough since I shot my arrow? Can I?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Woohoo! We're gonna freeze but not freeze this guy.
That one does not
Ooh.
hit.
I'll do it again.
It's like the slowest thing ever moving towards you at this point. It's like made it like this far, and you're just sitting there casting spells at it as everyone's leaving the room.
It's a cantrip. Can I just keep casting it every 6 seconds?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Is anyone doing anything else?
Is anyone staying in the room?
Yeah, I'm staying just to see how this takes out.
Okay, cool.
Probably almost downstairs at this point.
Yeah, you can make three attacks on it before it reaches you if you want.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it's like, oh, well, I don't want it to reach me, so
Yeah, so you can make 3 attacks and we'll see if it reaches you.
Well, do I have to stay stationary as I cast this? Is that? I guess that's what I'm.
You can kite backwards. That's fine.
Yeah, and so the group is heading down the tunnel. Is that?
Yep.
Where did Brandon go? He's down the tunnel. Okay.
Going north.
Yeah, sure. I'll.
Okay, do it.
No one else is. Okay, sure. It's happening. Buttons.
Okay, the 18 hits. And you get one. You actually get one more attack too.
So the first attack counted as one of my 3?
No.
Why did you get 2?
This thing is very slow. So I'm
Right.
essentially saying it's going to take 18 seconds for this thing to reach you.
Right, but we don't want to use up all the spells without seeing the impact of this first one.
Yeah. So I will tell you this. You're not going to kill it with that damage, and it's going to take a lot more damage to kill it than this. As you're doing,
I'm just wondering if this thing will turn away with the damage.
Yeah, as you're doing all these spells, it doesn't even seem to care that you're doing this.
Okay,
It is just
so
making
it's
its way
done.
towards you.
Okay. Let's go. Don't waste your spell slots. We're not going to stop it.
It's a cantrip. I can do it all day. It's so
You do
fun.
it all day. I'll sleep.
Do you take joy in torturing the goo?
I just. Yeah.
Are you gonna do one more attack?
Sure, I'll do it one more time, but I am intending to walk backwards with the group, and I'm hoping they come up with better
12
ideas than I have right now.
12 hits. You can make your damage on that. 8, very nice. Okay, also you need to make an intelligence saving throw.
Wait, I was backing up.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh boy.
You feel as something tries to punch you in the brain, and you need to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. This will be fine.
11. You take 10 points of psychic damage.
Well, guys, I could use some help.
As you're backing
Let's
away,
go.
it reaches the door right here, and it just stops right there, and doesn't keep coming after you.
Okay.
And you doing anything else, or are you leaving?
Me? I don't know. I'm trying. I'm hoping someone else does something. I'm backing up, I guess.
Well, I don't know.
What?
They're leaving the room.
Okay.
What happens if you do it again?
I'll just go back with Brandon.
If it's not, you might be able to just keep doing that over and over while we stand here. Doesn't seem to go past that.
Yeah,
That's true.
the damage it causes in reverse when you hit it is a problem. It will last longer than we will.
As all of you are saying that, it begins to make its way towards the west wall again and begins to slowly slink down below the water.
Well, let's go up and see if there's another way out of this other room up here.
Okay. Yep. Who's leaving? Is anyone staying? Or is anyone staying? That's the question.
I
Going
guess I'll
downstairs.
follow.
All right.
There is no glory to be found in a place like that.
Okay. Man, I almost bought Pro because there's pro Roll20 because there's something called dynamic lighting, which essentially lets your character
cool.
tokens can see what they actually see. But I'm not willing to pay $50 for it, so no, I'm not gonna do it.
It's $50.
$50 a year, but
Wow.
yeah. For a free website, it's tough to sell that. Okay, so this room, as it opens up and all of you look in, you see within this, there are, it looks like each of these things out in the room, they appear to be like they look like tree trunks almost. But as you look, they're not organic, they're actually carved out of stone. Let's see. You notice that there are 3 ways out of this room. One is leading to the north, one is leading to the south, and one is leading to the west. You also notice that on this wall, there appears to be something written in common in graffiti. This wall right here. And the words say, "Certain death this way." And they're written in common, and there's an arrow pointing towards the southern exit.
So I see the writing on the wall. But what I think someone's messing with us, and I think that the best treasure is that way. So I vote we head that direction. If I hid the treasure there, I would put a sign saying "Certain death, don't go that way." So that seems like the best way to me.
It certainly seems like logic that you cannot argue with.
That is the worst idea I've ever heard.
One other thing that you notice
Certain death lies this way.
is cool. You notice. Actually, all of you hear this. Going south, there appears to be the sound of footsteps, and they seem to be growing fainter, as if they're making their way away from you.
We see what else is down here.
Oh, so you're looking down that way?
Wait. Well, I'm not. I'm only looking at the light of the lantern.
Yeah, I can show you. That's what that hallway looks like down there, and this,
Which is the certain death way?
the south.
So, Crom, I will follow you wherever you want to go, because you have the light.
My vote would be for not the certain death way.
I'm telling you, you're trusting graffiti on a wall. That'd be a bad idea to trust graffiti on a wall. But I'm fine with going with what the group wants to do.
Crom, I think if somebody was going to put that on the wall, it would be to tell us the wrong thing.
And if someone went that way and died, how did they get it on the wall? They're dead.
Exactly. They wouldn't be able to write it if it was their death.
I actually
Certainly
need
not.
to make a correction as well. The footsteps actually went to the west. Sorry about that. Not
When
the
they
south.
say that about certain death and writing it on the wall, Crom is just deep in his own head, and he's just like he just goes quiet for a very long time.
But if you're scared, Crom, that's fine.
I would feel better about going the place that says certain death than to follow some footsteps that are down here that shouldn't be down here.
I'm not scared of anything. It's just trying to think about it.
Would you rather follow the footsteps then?
Let's go to your stupid sudden death.
All right, I'll go first. I love that we're doing this. This is how D&D should work. It's like, don't go this way. All right, we'll go that way.
Go that way. Okay.
I will follow you, Crom.
Let's reveal some stuff. Okay,
It's a long hallway.
as you make your way down this hallway, you go further and further down, and it you feel it's just silent down here. There's no sound. The dripping of water wasn't there before. No footsteps down here. It's silent as can be. You notice the hallway scoots around this way, and then there is a dead goblin lying in the middle of the floor. So there's a dead goblin lying in the hallway. In addition, at the end of the hallway, it's collapsed right here. And you notice there's a hole going through. It's a pretty small hole, big enough for like a goblin. You notice that there's some rubble kind of piled around. And there's also 3 pickaxes and 2 shovels lying around that opening.
Okay, so I went in the front. Definitely gonna look at this dead goblin and see what I can find on the body.
Yeah. Actually, you're able to find 3 gold pieces on the goblin.
Sweet, I can get back up now.
You also notice that this goblin's head has been bashed in.
Okay. And there's a nice convenient-sized goblin hole for me to crawl into. Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah.
It's too small for any of the rest of us.
Go in the hole. I'm sure it's perfectly safe. It only said certain death.
I mean, I go in the hole. Yeah, definitely.
Very nice. Okay. As you go in, the hallway opens up a little bit as you go further in. You think that if you could clear off some of the rubble out front, that basically any of your party could fit into the hole. It looks like that rubble is just kind of making it difficult to get into. But as you look down, you notice that there is a tunnel, because every room in this place has been man-made, but this, when I say man-made, it's really like everything's very perfectly done. But this looks like,
Everything's
Sorry, what were you saying?
Everything's constructed. And
Exactly. This looks like it was dug. Exactly.
Wait, yeah, I'm gonna crawl through. I'm not gonna clear away. They'll probably figure out they can clear away and join me, but I'll move ahead.
Excellent.
My certain demise.
While he's going in, are you guys clearing it off, or are you waiting for him to come back?
Well, is the hole small because it's obstructed by the rubble, or is the rubble like next to the small hole?
So yes to both of those. There's rubble that's obstructing like the entryway. There's also, it looks like somebody has cleared out this hole to make it so that people can go through it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
In that case, I will cast Mold Earth, some of my cantrips,
Nice.
and just kind of shift the rubble away from the hole.
Perfect. You can easily do so. Do so. What does it look like when you do that? Do you just move it out, or?
Well, yeah, so I just kind of like hold my hand out and the rocks like sort of rumble and then just kind of float across the ground and tumble a little bit and just
Very
how
cool.
rocks moving.
Very cool. All right, is Handsome Dave going further?
Yeah, Handsome Dave's going all the way.
Excellent. I'll tell you the next thing that you find. Okay. Oh, Poncho. Okay. You see, the hallway opens up, and you find yourself into what appears to be a partially collapsed hall. So this is a constructed room, but it looks like there's been some collapsed, like, rubble and stuff that's fallen all around it, some cave-ins, and at the north end of this hallway, there is a headless stone statue of a nude woman. And that's what you find in this hallway. You do see...
Otherwise, it's empty.
Actually, you see... Going to... You see there's a hallway that goes this way. And a hallway that goes that way.
Okay, I'm far enough from the group that I'll just yell back to them, telling them there's another room and that it's safe.
So, what is everybody else doing? You following? Or is anyone doing something
Sure.
else? Okay. You all make it into the room, easy peasy.
Okay, I'll take a look down both hallways.
Okay. So as you look down the hallways, this one splits the two ways there, and this one continues on straight, going that way.
And they don't... There's no sign continuing to point me to my demise.
It doesn't seem so. Let me show you a couple things. Okay, you notice a couple things. Actually, give me a perception check.
18?
18, cool. You notice coming from this hallway to the southeast, there appears to be a dim glow of light emanating from there. Very, very dim. And to the west, you see a doorway
Get him, Poncho.
down here. Yeah, Poncho's playing.
Well, if there's something dim, this group should be all over that. Let me tell you that.
Why would we be all over that?
I don't understand your meaning.
Which way we
Say-
go?
Most of you can't see light very well, so I'll handle anything dim.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will.
We're so smart.
Okay. As you make your way down that way, you notice that this room opens up as well. You find that these are 10-foot high, a 10-foot like tall room. The ceilings are flat. You also notice that this room seems immaculate. There's no sort of dust or debris anywhere. There's no water. It is perfectly, just perfectly upkept. And spaced throughout the hall, you find there are candles that are lit in the hallway. and it opens up and it goes this way. And this
So
way.
we're like kind of trudging sewage through this a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Where your feet are, there's little like sludgy marks wherever you walk.
There will be no problem for anything tracking us as we go through.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this seems like a pretty big dungeon so far. I don't know that it matters where we go. This way?
By the way, I got one of the items I got was a sending stone, and I think I'm gonna give the other one to Beigolor. Because I probably trust him more than the other.
I'm glad I
Basically,
have that reputation.
like we can cast sending once per long rest or something. There's an item for it you can look up. Let me look.
Inventory.
It's messaging, right?
Sending, so you can do it over a distance, I think.
You're sending messages,
Oh,
Yeah.
communicate.
Yeah.
cool. So do I need to add that, or do we just know that if you had the... I'll add it, just so I remember.
Not a sending stone.
Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
tell you what it'll do.
And that way you can use it too if you want to. But I think it's once per dawn.
Thanks.
It'll be fun to see if that works, if it's dawn yet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We had that problem in Tomb of Annihilation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a pair of sending stones and we literally never saw the daylight, so we just had no idea.
If you try it and it works, that means it's dawn, and it also means it won't work again the rest of that day. I just want to point this out.
All the other person is dead.
All sorts of loopholes in that thing.
Okay, so I revealed a good amount of the hallways. The one going south and east kind of wraps around over there. The candles are still all along there. The one to the west splits, and there's a door right... Let me see if I can get you there. Right there, that's where the door is. Down that hallway. So, you're heading down that hallway.
Apparently, we are following the lights.
I mean, you guys do you, but this is where
Just trying
Bryan is
to keep
going.
up with the goblin.
Okay. As you turn, the tunnel comes to a dead end, and mounted on the north wall, there is a mirror on the wall. You see that worked into the frame of the mirror stone is a graven image of a human wizard wielding a wand. And you can see yourself and your reflection in the dim light of the candles and in the mirror, staring back at you.
So, true to his name, Handsom Dave is checking himself out and kind of cleaning himself up a little in this mirror and giving himself, double guns and stuff. Just,
Couple guns.
yeah.
Meinhard is investigating this mirror for any arcana that may be happening with it.
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check.
Handsom Dave also does a double check to make sure that the wizard we're seeing is not actually behind us.
Oh.
'Cause
So
I do know that's how mirrors work.
he's engraved. So it's like decorative on the stone around it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Has there ever been a mirror in the history of fantasy that was good?
Do you still how long does detect magic work, Beigolor?
10 minutes.
And
It was 10 minutes.
Yeah, so probably at the tail end of this spell, you get a strong sense of magic from this mirror, and it actually has teleportation magic is radiating off of it. And as you get that, your spell clicks out.
I assume I didn't find any other magic as we walked past anything else, huh?
You have not, no.
Great. Okay, that's also good to know because I forgot to ever ask. And yeah, I'll share that information. Everyone, I could sense that this mirror may be linked to another location in for teleporting.
Parker, I'm doing your Arcana check. Would that information? Can I corroborate that? Should I, would that?
Yeah, you can do it.
Would I gain an advantage or assistance for my Arcana check with that tidbit?
Yeah, you can roll with advantage. That's fine.
Crom's going to be keeping an eye down the hall behind us.
Cool.
Well, about the same.
Yeah.
13.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely would recognize this as like. Definitely has magic properties. You may not have known that it was a teleportation property, but you do know that this is like a magical mirror.
Right.
If I walk up closer, does it become immediately apparent how to use this mirror?
You could no, like you don't. Not by looking at it. If you wanted to make some sort of check, you could either like Arcana or like an intelligence-based check.
Intelligence-based check.
So in your big list of skills, it'd be like an Arcana check.
Yeah, so it'd probably be an Arcana check. I forget Arcana's intelligence.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll just roll that one.
Jeez, good rolls on those Arcanas. Yeah, you.
Oh, you rolled a 0
Ooh.
or 1.
A 1. Yeah, you know what your spell taught you. That's all.
You have no idea how it works.
Yeah.
In fact, if you were to suggest something, it would be exactly the wrong thing.
This may be your first time ever seeing something like this.
Cool. Well, I will then at least take a moment to, gussy myself up too because I like looking good.
What
But
you don't. What is your focus for your spells, Beigolor?
What does that mean?
I don't know if you have one as a ranger. You might not. Do you have one as a sorcerer? Does Cool have one as a sorcerer?
Yeah, I've got like a little staff rod thing.
Okay, cool.
Not quite a full length staff, but
Okay, excellent. Okay, sorry, what were you saying, Bryan?
Oh, like what allows you to do your...
Yeah, some things
So the
require like
magic
a focus of some sort.
Okay. I don't have one. It just said that I had ranger abilities from the powers of nature.
Cool. All right, that's perfect. Sorry, Brandon, what were you saying?
So now that we've kind of explored it out a little bit and no one's come up with anything, Handsome Dave will say, "No, I think a lot of things that we're told we shouldn't do is it's just to keep people from doing something that is actually going to help them. If you're going to hide loot, hide it behind a mirror." So, and he pulls out his rapier and just attacks the mirror. I think there's something back here. And swings at it.
You can make an attack roll.
Sweet.
Can I have any... Oh, I'm behind him? Dang it.
Are you going to stop him?
Yeah,
That's fine. You can both make dexterity checks, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, just straight up dexterity, huh?
Okay, 21.
Dang it.
Okay. So as your hand goes back, Beigolor, how do you stop him?
It just kind of grab his hand in a very Gandalf way and like, what are you thinking?
Bonus action, I would like to attack him with my offhanded other rapier.
Beigolor or?
Whoa.
Yes,
Okay, cool.
definitely.
Oh.
Excellent. You can go ahead and roll that attack.
16.
16. Is anybody doing anything when they see this about to happen, by the way? Okay, cool.
Nobody's-
This is pretty- Just a sec. That's right.
Crom crosses his arms and watches expectantly.
All right,
Just
16
find out
hits.
who's
16
superior.
hits. Roll your damage. 1.
Oh, one. Just to poke him. I love it.
You give him like just a little jab.
Will you two knock
Um,
it off? At this point, we are not helping each other out if we kill each other. It will not be to our benefit.
Beigolor, you just keep stopping me from doing stuff. Let's just do it. Like, what's the worst that's gonna happen here? Like, what? I just don't understand. Like,
And I go to attack it again if I can.
Okay.
Beigolor, just let him go and see what happens. It's his choice.
What? There's absolutely not. No.
Let them fight. Let them
Initiative.
fight.
Let me
Whichever
roll
one
initiative.
survives is right.
Well, what'll happen this time is if you want to hit it again, you can roll with advantage. No,
Dexterity?
since you hit him, you probably knocked him off. You can roll an attack, and if you hit, then you'll do it. If not, then you're still held back. That's what we'll say. So just roll an attack, just a straight attack.
18.
Yeah, you're able to break his grasp, and so you see as Handsom Dave jabs Beigolor in the side, and just swiftly uses that distraction to get his other hand and smacks into the mirror, and you hear a loud crashing of metal on glass and stone, and it echoes and reverberates all throughout the hallway, and then silence.
And break it?
As you look at the mirror, there is not a scratch on it.
well, I guess we learned something. That was worthwhile. I think.
I think it was too.
Oh my gosh.
Give him.
You think this goblin had a great idea right now?
I think we saw what happened. I think we learned something from it. This is a magic mirror, obviously.
Oh, obviously. Okay. I'm glad we all learned that after I told you that.
Yeah, I had the hypothesis that it was gonna break, and it didn't. So that's knowledge.
I was willing to see if his actions was going to get him through the mirror to another place,
That was my preference.
and that's not the way to do it, apparently.
Would
I
you
would say
like me to
that-
hit the mirror harder?
I do not think that will have any different effect on it.
It might
I'll
be a
just
louder noise. We could try it out.
I'll just leave. It's fine.
We're idiots.
Beigolor walks away.
just
I
shaking
think
his
at this
head.
point we should go try some of these other places.
Do you have any other hippopotamuses about the mirror?
I could touch it with my bare hands. That's my other hippoesophagus. Yeah.
I would be willing to see what we
We're getting
have.
dumber and dumber. I think I do. I'll try it. I'll touch it with my bare hand.
You got a shot.
This is how you get trapped in mirrors, I'm pretty sure.
As you go to touch it with your bare hand, it feels colder than you would expect. It has an it feels almost like you're touching an ice cube, and it looks like it. It's just frozen. It's so cold. Your fingers almost feel like they'd stick once you touch it. But as you touch it, nothing sort of lights up or glows or anything like that. It's at this point in time, as Beigolor, you've walked away.
Like I say, the noise. The noise is brought.
You notice
Nice.
down this way, this this something is moving towards you, and you just see a faint like shimmer in the air, and it's making its way towards you. But it's right there. It's slowly coming your way. You also hear a sound that sounds like
I mean, yeah, I'll get Crom's attention, I guess, and say, I think our friend caused us some trouble. Crom.
What kind of trouble? And I'll start to walk back towards him.
as you're talking, the sound just grows louder. And you see that shimmer getting closer and closer by the second.
How much closer? Like, guys,
right
do something.
here.
You guys.
And this whole place is lit with candles, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I have dark vision too. Does that help me?
That's what you see.
You see, okay. Well,
you see one other thing. You see what looks to be a floating skull coming towards you, as well as part of a scimitar and what looks to be a rotting leg, but the rotting leg is above the floating skull. So it looks like the leg is like floating off above this skull. And as you look, the skull turns upside down as it's making its way towards you.
Did you guys say that you called our attention to this or not?
Yeah, that's what I told Crom. Yes, I'm telling everyone else.
Okay. I'm here. I'm going to throw a bonfire marker down the hall in front of this thing.
Okay. Is that a...
It's just a cantrip for me.
Is it a spell attack?
Yes.
I don't think it's an attack, is it?
It's a create bonfire.
It says a save or an attack. I can't remember.
Oh.
The save is dexterity.
Cool. Okay. On that note, let's have everybody roll initiative.
First initiative.
I think I have advantage on initiative.
You do.
Well, that's good enough.
Nice. Is that a nat?
Uh-huh.
Did it go?
Okay, let's hold on. We got to do some initiative stuff here. Okay. Okay, Beigolor, what'd you get?
21.
And
21.
Meinhard? 19?
I got... Pretty high.
19, I think. 22 for Crom, 22 for Handsom Dave, and 15 for Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
16, but yeah.
16, excellent. Thank you. Oh, yep. Okay, excellent. We actually have Crom at top of the order. You've been alerted to something making its way down the hallway towards you.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
Can we? So we can see it, right? It's the.
Let's actually
leg
have
scimitar.
Let's have you make a perception check.
Because we've got dim light out to 60 feet and bright light up to 30 feet, and the whole thing's candle lit.
14. Yeah, it looks to be. To you, it looks to be just like this floating skull and leg and sword making its way towards you, very, very slowly, and that noise is happening, but that's all that you really notice.
Okay. I guess I will do the thing Well, I'll just start off with no, I'll do the thing. I am going to rage as a bonus action, and then move towards the thing. Where is it?
It's about right here.
Oh, never mind. Then I won't.
It's
Then
about
I
right
won't rage.
here. Sorry,
So I was right here.
it's a little closer.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I guess I will.
What are you wanting to do?
There, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I won't rage. I'll just throw a javelin at it.
You can. Are you trying to get within melee?
Yes.
Yeah, you
So
could get. You could get within melee. That's fine.
Okay.
It's up to
So
you.
it's
If you
30
want to
feet
do
away?
the javelin, then go for it. But if you want to rage, then you could do that.
The javelin counts as an
there-
attack too if you're wanting to rage.
And I guess yeah, I will rage, and then I'll take a. Should I do frenzy? Or whatever. Or reckless. That's the thing it's called. I don't think I should do reckless because I'm very, very hurt. So I'll just take a swing at it.
And Dave, you'll be up next. Okay, go ahead and roll that.
And rage only increases the damage dealt, not the actual roll, right?
I don't actually know.
I think it's just the damage. What does Lacotte think?
21.
I'm pretty sure it's just damage.
So I don't, as Lacotte, I don't use strength weapons, so it doesn't increase my
Oh.
things because I do piercing for the poison damage. And those are always finesse. But anyway, it does still get you the damage resistance to a lot of things, but I don't know if it'll be against this thing.
It's 21 hit.
21 does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
And I think this is a magic weapon. Does it count as a magic weapon? Yes, it's a magic weapon.
Yeah, it does.
And that's +2 on top of that.
Okay, excellent. So 11 total. Very nice. So as you slash out, and you slash towards this skull and leg and sword, you hit something far before you hit any of that. And it feels very, very similar to that gray jellyfish thing that you stabbed. But you slash into this thing, and you hear this sort of like and you don't actually like hit. Your sword stops far before hitting either the skull or the leg. And you've hit something. It's almost like a force field of like a gooey, gushy force field of sorts that you hit before connecting with that skull.
We should probably figure this out. I think I'd have to, if I still have the lantern out, I'd probably have to put it down. Would that be an action?
What are you wanting to do with it?
No, that's like a freebie.
Oh, yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah.
So if I put the lantern down like back here or something, that'd be the center of the light.
Perfect. Yeah, that's great.
And if that thing is invisible, then the lantern would make it visible.
Cool.
Within 30 feet.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know what happens after I hit whatever happens.
Yeah, it does not show anything. So the lantern doesn't light up anything at all.
So I just feel like a weird texture when I hit.
Yep, that same sort of gooey jelly substance.
Do I see anything?
You don't.
So it's just like air in front of me?
Uh-huh.
Huh. Okay, that's
Yeah.
my turn.
Okay, cool. All right. Dave, you're up.
Okay. touching the mirror, it's just cold. That didn't do anything to me.
Nope, didn't do anything to you.
Oh, okay. I'll move 1, 2, 3, 4. And do I see anything?
You just see that same sort of description as before.
Okay, I'll use my longbow and just shoot in the general direction.
Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead and roll. I think with disadvantage, right? Because you can't
I don't see it?
Yeah. I guess I should have had you roll with disadvantage too, but that's fine.
Who else can use longbows?
I'm a fighter.
Yeah, but
Dang.
Oh, I don't know if you can use longbow.
are you tall enough to use a longbow?
It looks like a regular one for me. I don't know.
Yeah, I actually don't know if you can use a longbow. I think you might need a short bow
Why not?
because you're small.
Okay, I'll take a look at that.
No worries, because Lacotte can't use a longbow.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. For now, we'll do it.
It could have been a crossbow if I didn't. I do have a crossbow. I have both.
That's
so.
fine. We'll play it like this for now, and we can adjust it.
For the same numbers, so just different ranges.
Oh, cool.
And I would be okay regardless. So
Okay, excellent.
we'll say crossbow. I got a crossbow.
14 does connect. You can roll damage.
It is piercing. It is non-magical. It is 6.
Excellent. Okay.
For my bonus action, I would like to hide back here.
Hide.
I can do it as a bonus action.
Nice.
Because I am a
Goblin. Super small.
So, do you want me to roll a stealth check or?
No, but you can if
Okay.
you want. You don't need to.
Do it anyway.
Oh shoot, I just quit out of roll 20. All right. Sorry, Beigolor, you're on deck. Meinhard, you're up after that. Or Beigolor, you're up. Meinhard, you're up after that.
Okay. I will shoot down the hall at whatever. Because I watched Crom hit something, does that help me aim better?
You still roll with disadvantage.
Are you sure about that? Let's see.
100%.
All right. As long as just had to ask.
Oh, you finally gonna use a
did it-
longbow.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that hits. Roll the damage.
And damage.
8 piercing. Nicely done.
And yeah. Then also when I hit that, let me make sure I read this right. But with my dreadful strikes, when I hit a creature with a weapon, I can deal an extra 1d4 psychic damage to the target.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So I'm going to roll that.
Nice. Very nice.
2 more
Okay.
psychic damage.
Cool.
And then I will just back up farther
Okay.
and call it my turn.
All right. Meinhard, you're up. Cool. You're up after that. Also,
Yeah.
sorry, Dad. Crom, as these arrows go whizzing past you, you see them you hear them go, and then they just sort of suspend in midair in front of you. And now,
Are we getting any feedback? Is this creature reacting at all, or is this not? I don't know.
I don't think you can tell
Like-
yet.
Really, still can't. It's not. There's no sounds or winces or anything.
The sounds you hear are the and Meinhard, it's your turn.
Meinhardt's going to create the bonfire right in front of Crom.
Okay. Okay, cool. Gotta think how this is gonna work.
It only affects a 5-foot square
Yeah.
area. So I'll put it right in the middle of the hall, but so it doesn't hit him.
Cool. I love it. Let me roll a dex, which is going to be 5.
That does not save.
Cool. What happens?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I burn the creature to death.
What does the spell say it does?
So, bonfire
1d8 fire damage.
It fills a 5-foot cube. Any creature in the must save dexterity or take 1d8.
Perfect.
damage.
So go ahead and roll that damage, and I will show you
And
something
you need to
else.
make a saving throw as well.
I already
It
did.
ignites flammable
Right.
objects in the
Oh.
area as well.
Okay, cool. Well, I made the saving throw for the dex, right? That was it?
Yeah, if it ends its turn there, it'll do it again.
I see. Okay.
Burn.
And I'm moving up next to Crom, telling him let's get out of here. Let's back up.
Well, yeah, you can decide if you want to, because first of all, what you see is in front of Crom, now glowing fire orange and red. You see, as you briefly cast the spell, you see the flame like ignites, and this large sort of jelly-like creature, it fills up the entirety of the hallway, is making its way towards you, and that head and leg was just floating inside of it, and it's slowly coming towards you, but the fire ignites really fast, and then it's instantly snuffed out and gone.
Okay.
Do
I was afraid
you
about
still want to
that.
move up?
Yeah, I need to help Crom out.
Cool. All right. Anything else you want to do?
No, I mean how many squares does this thing move?
You can give me a.
Oh, I'm gonna move. I want to stay out of its range. Basically, I'll move up far enough that it won't get to me.
Yeah, I mean it was moving very slowly, like the.
Right.
So it's moving very slow. I can't tell you how far it would move in 6 seconds, but like it's very slow.
Depending on where we saw it. See, that's the thing, is how far down this hallway would we see it?
Yeah.
Because you moved it
I see.
a full speed down this hallway.
Yeah. It took probably to get to where it is right now. It took probably 15 seconds.
Oh,
to
yeah.
move
So I
40
can be right
feet.
here.
Yeah.
So if I tell Crom to come to me.
Yep. Okay, cool.
And then I have a bonus action.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
So I'm gonna throw a dagger at it.
Okay, go for it. You can do so straight roll, no disadvantage because you had the fire for a bit.
Okay. Just a sec.
Oh, also, I did forget to say at the start. I meant to. You can roll normal dice. Anybody can roll normal dice if they don't want to roll on this.
Oh, I roll it twice.
No, just
I give
once.
you-
Take the 11. 11,
Yeah.
11 hits. Roll damage.
Okay.
Nice. Max damage.
And the dagger immediately returns to my hand.
Very cool. What does that look like?
I throw it, we see it hit, the damage, and then when I pull my hand back, it's got the dagger still in it.
Very nice. All right. Cool. You are up.
All right. Going to contemplate why I took so many AoE spells in a close quarters combat like this, and I'm gonna move up to, let's see, was it?
And I do have a house
there.
rule that if you want to cast an AoE spell but want to like not hit your allies, you can make an Arcana check to try to accurately do that.
Yeah, there's a meta magic thing for that I didn't take
Oh,
because I was not thinking about that. But I got something to do for one round at least.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my breath weapon. Which
Is that a straight line?
It's up to a 15-foot cone that I can shape and size how I
Perfect.
want.
Yep, that's great.
So I'm gonna just kind of sneak it in here past Crom.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's DC Constitution saving throw of 12.
Con of 12. It fails.
Oh, okay, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. So it takes 2d. This D&D Beyond is wrong.
Okay.
This is supposed to be lightning damage, not cold damage.
I was gonna say I thought Blue Dragon was lightning, but I couldn't remember. So that's 11 lightning damage.
No, that was the save. The second one is the damage. Only 4.
No, the first one's 2d6 damage.
26 is it? Okay.
Eh.
Then yeah, it's the first one.
Very nice. It doesn't seem to be affected by the cold, but it does. It does seem
Lightning?
you do see it impacted.
It would be lightning.
Lightning. I apologize.
Yeah, the same.
It does seem to be.
Is it affected by the lightning?
It doesn't seem to be affected by it. Like it's not like shocked or anything like that. But you do see that it takes that impact of it and just sort of like you see as it same thing that happens with a fire, but this time it's sort of a blue energy crackle that goes throughout the whole creature.
Okay. Use the last of my movement to take one step back.
Okay, excellent. Okay, Crom, you are on deck. What is going to happen is this thing is going to try to keep moving forward. As it makes its way towards you, you hear that sucking noise, Crom, and you feel as it begins to just envelop your hands and your arms. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Is it against an effect I can see?
I'll say yes because of the previous spells. You know where it was.
So I have advantage. 10.
Oh, a 10? Oh. So all of you now see, as this thing hits Crom, you see the outline of this creature appear, and it's now just like staying, you can totally see it 100%. And it moves. Crom, you are now engulfed in this creature, and you feel as this goo just enters your mouth and your nose and your ears, and you feel it burning your skin. And you take 10 points of acid damage.
Okay.
In addition, you can no longer breathe, and you are restrained. You also see, as this thing makes one step closer to cool, Crom, you come with it. So you're just sort of floating in this thing that's now moving towards everybody else. You can try to you can try to escape on your turn. Yeah, or try to do something else. But yeah, you can no longer breathe, and you're restrained at this point. So, with that, it is Crom's turn. What would you like to do?
Can I exhale? Could I do my breath weapon?
Oh man, that's a good question. You know what? Let's say yes, and we'll figure it out later. You can go for it.
It needs to make a dexterity save. Be 12.
It fails. You're literally within it.
And I'm gonna try and aim it.
I'll say you can do it, but you lose a round of holding your breath.
And I'm gonna try and aim it towards the back of the thing.
Cool. Yeah.
So what is that?
How long can you hold your breath for, by the way? What's the rule? Not you.
It's
sorry.
really long. It's
No.
the Constitution modifier is like the number of minutes plus something. So it's
okay.
Yeah, it's
You're
a lot.
Good. You're good.
What does that say? DC physics? No, that's just explaining that.
7.
7.
Very nice. Okay. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, that's it.
Oh no, he's still inside.
He is still inside.
He's gonna get burnt up by acid.
All right. Next up, we have Dave. Beigolor, you're on deck.
Okay, Dave pulls out his 2 rapiers and charges into the fray.
Nice.
And,
oh my gosh, we're dead.
He'll swing and swing.
Okay, cool.
So, for the normal attack, does a 12 hit?
12 hits. I'll basically say anything will hit unless it's a 1. That won't hit.
That's 9 damage. I'm going to add in Fury of the Small, so it's going to be 13 damage.
Excellent.
And then
Okay.
for my bonus action, I'll attack again. So
Oh, nice job. Well done.
it's 2d8 plus 5, so we'll double the d8 on this.
Does this tell you when you roll critical?
The program
It's
does.
green like that.
So it's a 9. 9 piercing damage on the second one.
Wait.
Oh, I was supposed to double the rolled.
Okay, I was gonna say. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, so just highlighted over. If I would have hit
Nice.
click, I think I would have done it right, but oh well.
Okay, cool. Okay, you see that after those 2 hits, it appears to be sort of like some of the structure of this large thing appears to be diminishing, but it's still holding firm. But it does look like it is taking effective damage from these attacks.
Yep.
Anything else you want to do?
Sure, I'll action surge
Do it.
and attack again.
Okay.
Actions. One more rapier. 13, so that'll hit,
Yep.
and then 1d8 plus 5. 7 more damage
Very nice. Still
that's-
holding out.
for my turn.
Okay, cool. All right, Beigolor, you are up. Meinhard, you're on deck.
Everyone's just standing there.
Can't get us
I'd
all,
like
right?
to try to shoot it.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's say
You'll hit it if you don't roll a 1.
okay, and I won't. Okay.
If you roll a 1, you hit one of us.
Yeah, it's. I've done that to him before.
Yeah, well, that's what I was worried about. I was gonna try and lobby against that, but anyway. Here goes. Did it go through? I don't know what I'm
13?
cooking anymore. Okay,
Yeah.
that
Go for it.
one, and I'm not attacking at disadvantage anymore.
No,
we're okay.
We'll say it. Yeah, you can see it now at this point. Everybody can see it once Crom entered it.
Okay. Oh, I remember that now. Okay, so here's the damage, and oh, that's kind of lame. And then I'm going to roll that d4 again. I'll just type it for the psychic damage.
Very nice.
And yeah, I'm gonna hang out back here. You know what? I might even no. I don't think you can go that far. I'm gonna hang out right here.
Okay, cool. All right. All right, Meinhard and then Cool.
Okay, I am going to cast Heroism on Cool
Okay.
with a touch.
And what does that do?
So assuming that Cool is willing to be brave. Until the spell ends, you are immune to being frightened. You gain temporary hit points of 4 at the start of each of your turns. You gain 4 hit points at the start of each turn.
For temp HP, and that doesn't stack though, so it's just 4.
Right.
Okay.
Well-
How many rounds does that last for?
It goes up to 1 minute.
Cool. Very nice.
So it'll accumulate.
They don't
once
accumulate.
Okay. Yeah.
But essentially,
you don't lose them till the end of the spell.
yeah, but you can never have more than 4, is what I'm saying. So you'll get 4 every time, but it doesn't go beyond 4.
Yeah, so you'll stay alive.
Yeah.
I was trying to do that before Crom got sucked in. He did not move back to me.
Yeah.
And so then for my remaining, I'm going to step back and throw a dagger again.
Nice.
Can you do a dagger throw?
Yes.
As a bonus action?
Okay.
Wait, can you?
I don't understand why you can, but
I don't think
I
you can.
I thought I had a bonus action with a double attack.
It has
so
to be
I
a
can have
melee attack.
It has to be melee. Oh, whoops.
Yep.
Well, we took some damage from.
And
Okay, I guess I can't do that.
It also, I think you also have to take an attack first.
yeah, you do.
Oh, well, then we owe your blob some points.
That's okay. It's not a problem. But, well, these are new characters for everyone too. We're figuring it out.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of mistakes and you're level 4. You're not even level 1, so everyone's got a lot to figure out this game.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. You are now Cool is heroically up on his turn.
He's charged.
So tell me a little bit more about this house rule. So I
Yeah.
do an Arcana check.
Yeah, so first of all, I think you gain 4 temporary HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're trying to not hit allies, I can make you do, depending on what you want to do, I'll just make you do an Arcana check for accuracy. And I kind of arbitrarily make up the DC based on how hard it is.
I'm trying to cast Thunder Wave.
Okay. That would not work, I don't think, because that's on you, isn't it? Oh no, that's
Yeah.
Thunder. Is that Thunder Clap?
Well, both of them are on self
Yeah, so
range.
I don't think you could do it with that one.
Mm.
I like these spells you're choosing, Dad, by the way, because I don't know them at all, and so it's nice to learn them. Are you gonna Thunderwave everybody?
I guess I could do. No, Thunderclap is range 5.
Oh, cool. So you could cast it 5 away.
Clap. Yeah.
Is that?
We'll do.
Where's the? Sorry,
That's
I'm gonna look it up. Do you have Thunderwave
So-
and Thunderclap?
Yeah, Thunderclap's a cantrip. I was looking at Thunderwave twice as a third level and second, or as a first and second level.
Oh yeah.
This is how they've got it here on. But so yeah, I have Thunderclap as a cantrip, Thunderwave. So Thunderclap. I'm gonna try this with Arcana.
Okay, so you're gonna try to cast this.
I'm gonna try and like cast it here, but not hit Crom if I can.
So okay, so each. Wait, I'm so confused. So you can cast it 5 feet away, right?
Yeah, it has a range and area of 5
Yeah.
feet.
So it will echo 100 feet, right? So.
Well, but it can be heard that far away,
Oh, so just
it's
the
That's just a
range.
sound.
I see.
So the
Okay.
range, like the
So
damage
you're
is
trying to do it
100
without
feet.
hitting Crom. Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. You don't need to roll. Just go for it. That's fine.
Okay. That one is also a Constitution 13 saving throw.
Oh, okay. That's my roll. It saves.
Okay, so it will take. No damage. Not,
Yeah, it's a cantrip. I think it'll probably no damage.
yeah.
Okay, is there something else you'd like to do? So how it actually works is you cast this spell and you hear like a bowling ball being dropped into a swimming pool. It just goes like you see like a bubble form within this thing, but the spell just kind of fizzles out.
Okay, I'm going to. Okay. I think I'm going to spend a spell point to use meta magic to cast a spell as a bonus action.
Nice.
I think that takes 2 points. Why?
Yes, you're right. 2 points. And 2 sorcerer's points. I'm gonna cast. Shatter.
Oh, shatter?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. Okay. Cool. Inorganic material. That's what it is. Okay. Okay, excellent. So another con save.
Yes.
Oh, that's pretty good. Let's see. I got 18. It probably saves.
Oh yeah, it absolutely does.
But it takes half, right?
It'll take half from this, yeah.
Nice.
Which that'll be
8.
8.
Very nice. Okay, it's looking pretty hurt, but it's still holding up.
Okay. I'm gonna back up a bit.
Okay, it's gonna take a swing at you as you go away. That's not gonna hit, I don't think. Yeah. So it's sort of like this slow-moving, like pseudopod sort of forms and like reaches out, but it's so slow you're easily able to just dodge back and not get hit by it. Okay, anything else you want to do?
No. I don't think there's anything else I can do, so
Okay. Let's have...
maybe step here out of the way. I don't know. A couple more steps.
Okay. Okay, first things first. Crom, you take 21 points of acid damage.
I'm down.
You are
Can't take
down. And this thing is going to continue moving forward. So, Dave, you need to make a dex save. Okay, you are in it too.
Natural 1.
3, 4.
It can move 4?
It's right there now. And it is going to... That'll be... Oh, you also take... You take damage. I forgot. Dave does.
Wait.
You take 8 points of acid damage. Okay, and we'll go to top of the order with Crom. Death save?
I think so. Was it a Constitution roll?
It's just a straight D10.
D10?
Sorry,
20.
D20. 10. You got to beat a 10. Oh,
Okay.
one save. On the dot is what you needed. Okay. Handsome Dave.
I would like to escape.
Okay. You need to make a strength check.
Strength check. Okay. Is there an option for dex, or is it just
There is
strength?
not. It is strength. Trying to
Right.
force your way out of this
Not
thing.
and not a saving throw, but a check.
Exactly.
Dang it. Oh, it was
You are still in.
hovered on 17 for like a long time.
Oh no. You are in. You can't breathe. You are restrained.
All right, that's my whole turn.
Cool. Okay. Beigolor, you're up. Then Meinhard. Then Cool.
I have to shoot with the bow. Well,
You will have disadvantage because it's within 5 feet.
I guess I can just use my short swords. I will get 2 attacks with 2 weapon fighting.
Yes.
So, short sword number 1.
Wait, you have 2 weapon fighting?
I do. I'm almost positive.
And your range?
Yes, I do.
That's weird. Cool. Yeah, 11 hits.
And let me just roll the other short sword too.
Excellent. Sounds good. That hits. Roll your damage.
And then we'll roll damages. Number 1.
Nice.
And number 2.
Oh my goodness. How do you want to kill this thing?
Oh, good. I was getting nervous.
On the dot. That was how much you needed to kill it.
Well, just to with a flurry of my psychic power, I'll just do 1 extra damage with from the blade down my arm and out the blade. The psychic energy comes out, and I don't know, it just kind of tears through the goo, I guess.
As that slash connects, as you go wham wham and slash into it, and that it sort of stands for a bit, and then the energy radiates and it seeps into the ooze in front of you, and it just melts and becomes a puddle of goo on the ground, all about. And Crom is down on the floor, unconscious, and Dave, you come sputtering out of it. And we are out of initiative.
We probably aren't yet because of death saving throws,
Oh,
right?
shoot, we're not out of initiative. Death saves, you're right.
Um,
I forgot, thank you.
So remind me how this can work. We can choose to stabilize him and he can come back, or...
Yeah, if you're, correct me if I'm wrong, if you have a healer's kit or you're proficient with the healer's kit, you don't need to make a check. But
Correct.
you can make a medicine check to stabilize. It's a DC, I think, 10? I think.
I don't know.
What happens when someone is stabilized? They just don't die, but how do they get back up?
They're at 0 hit points, but they aren't making death saves. So they're unconscious, but not making death saves.
Okay, then one of my spells is going to be heal wounds or something like that. Cure wounds. And I cast that on...
You'll have to do that next turn, right?
Yeah, you technically can't do it, yeah.
Oh, no! Well,
Is it my turn right now?
It's Meinhard's turn.
I'm going to cure wounds.
Okay, cool.
you have cure wounds? Oh,
Cure wounds.
I was thinking we had no healer and I better take that.
You can roll to see how much you heal for.
Let me see real quick. 1d8 plus 4.
Perfect.
Who gets to roll it?
You do. 2.
6.
No, 6. Okay. I was like, oh, good. Nothing. All right, Crom,
Which one is it?
you're back to 6.
Is it 2 or it's 6?
It's 6.
6. But you are not going to die.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the key part out of this whole thing.
All right, Crom comes sputtering to as well as you go up and cast. Now we're out of initiative.
That was
I
close.
think we better, well, I'm gonna try to see, you said there was like a scimitar in there? I'm gonna check out that scimitar.
Also, congratulations, everybody. You defeated your first gelatinous cube.
What's our experience?
Oh, yeah, thank you for reminding me. 450 divided by 5.
Oh,
I don't think, Crom helped enough to get XP. Just kidding. Crom.
Also, so that's
90.
90. Also, take a bonus 250 each. Actually, sorry, 250 divided by 5.
50 each.
50. So yeah, so take 140 XP for the dungeon up to this point.
We're never gonna hit level 5.
How much do you need?
So to do this, we have to set the
We
level to
need
4, and then we
Like
add this
4,000,
4,000. Okay. Cool.
basically, to get to the next level.
Sorry, what did you ask, Evan?
So I was just trying to go to this manage XP thing, and I had to move. We have to move to level 4. Okay, I see how it's working.
You set it for.
Okay, what would anybody like to do?
Just a sec, I gotta fix this because I set it to level 4 and I thought it would have set my. I gotta manage my experience points. Set level 4. Okay.
And we can figure it out later too.
Is that just a normal gelatinous cube?
Yeah, that was a normal gelatinous cube.
Okay. I think that when they start moving, people can see them.
Sometimes, but not this one.
So it's not a normal gelatinous cube.
Oh, fair point. Fair point. Fair point.
And then I think you can do a perception check to see it, but I don't know how that would work.
You can, but luckily, this one is not a
Okay.
normal gelatinous cube.
Whoops.
Well,
Check
good
it
work,
out
team.
at the scimitar.
Oh yeah,
And
scimitar.
XP.
So the scimitar is like partially. It looks like it, essentially like parts of it are chipping off, and chipping is the wrong word. They're like dissolving away essentially. But the metal and like the wooden hilt are all just being like slowly worn down and corroded. And this thing's not even usable basically at that point. But this cube was just slowly dissolving and eating this scimitar essentially.
Yeah, I have to get to 6,500 to get to my next level. Now, in the old school, you used to gain an experience point or something for every gold piece you gained.
Oh, interesting. I don't know of any. I'll still figure out some
Or the
XP
value
stuff.
of any, whatever treasure you gained, you would add like the value of that.
Yeah. I don't think they have. I don't think we could do something like that maybe. But
I mean, it's kind of arbitrary sometimes.
yeah, that's not like a rules as written thing, but we could do that if you wanted. And we'll figure it out. I mean, you guys are barely getting into this dungeon. Like,
Yes.
you've explored what, like 5 rooms? So
Right. This is our first encounter.
yeah.
But you also have experience points for solving.
Yeah, and so try to remind me when you do things like that. I'll do my best to remember myself. And what might actually be best is at the end of the night we just do all the XP then. That might actually be better. We can think of everything we did, and that way we don't have to like break it up.
Yeah, we solved the one trick in that the statue trick.
Yeah, and I gave in that for the statue room I gave you 250 bonus XP, but I might actually.
Okay, so that was the extra 50 for that. Okay.
Yeah,
that
actually, let's make that individual XP. So, yeah, add another 200 on to all your XP. And in the future, let's just do XP at the end of the session when we end.
Okay. I did not think Crom was going to live through that. I'd given up on him. I'm like, he's dead.
Do we want to? So, do you guys want to keep going with the session, or do we want to call it a night?
I've got to call it a night.
Okay.
It's getting kind of late.
Second question is: do you want to end in the dungeon, or do you want to go back to the yawning portal?
Oh, I can't go back.
Okay.
I need items.
Okay.
Can't show my face.
And some people can stay, and some people can go back if you'd like. Also, that's fine.
How would we do like long rests and short rests?
We'll do normal rules. So 1 hour short rest, 8 hour long rest.
Okay, but we can like take them in the dungeon.
Well, you can, but there's no promise that you're not going to be interrupted. Because, if you took a long rest at that mirror, then you were going to get a gelatinous cube in the face, so. So, yeah, from this point on, we'll do XP at the end of sessions. I think that'll be better.
Okay.
So, congratulations on defeating your first gelatinous cube.
Meinhard says if we're going to take a rest right now, we're not going to do it in a dead end hallway. Let me tell you that.
Yeah.
It's the perfect place for
I'm
it.
fine to not take a rest, but I think Crom could use it.
Yeah, I only have not much health. Someone on our party wanted to hurt me.
Actually, I did the math wrong, and you should have like 5 more damage, but we don't have to do that. Yeah. Well, grab me. I don't want to be grabbed.
Don't touch me, man. Don't touch me. Okay, we'll call it a night there. Yeah, if you guys have any feedback for me, feel free to pass it on. But yeah, thanks for playing. Appreciate y'all coming out.
Thanks for running the session.
Thanks for running.
Excited.
Yeah, of course.
I'm enjoying these characters. This is going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Not smart enough so we've got to at least Handsom Dave has to try stupid stuff and see what happens. Because I can't learn anything unless I do something stupid.
Someone's got to do it.
I'll eventually die, and I get that, and that's okay.
And Meinhard is more than willing to let you do that.
Yeah. And if it's not Handsom Dave, he's willing to let anybody else die, so...
Yeah, there you go. Oh shoot, there was one thing I thought about. Oh yeah, so I'll probably, for the next session, I'll probably send out a thing in chat when I feel like I'm able to run the next session, so just watch out for that and respond in there. And if you can't make it, we'll just say you went back to the end, so we won't worry about it.
There you go. I couldn't take it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, thanks everybody.
Night, guys.
See ya.
Yeah.